we just want to thank you this morning for the gift of life. Thank you, O God, for allowing us this opportunity to be in your presence as a country. We pray, my Father, for your presence in everything that is going to be deliberated in this place. You alone are the Lord who lead, guide, protect, and provide. Prove yourself as God to us. We honor you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop, Your Excellency, ministers, members of Parliament present here today from both houses, the UN agencies, RA, Attorney General, our guests, and all of us here present, all protocols observed. Good morning. That we are all gathered here, and I'm quite pleasantly surprised that we all honored the invitation with all the short notifications that we sent out. That said, can we request for the regional administrator representative, Umlangeni, to come and welcome us within the region? Thank you.
Ngiyabonga lokhu kulahlelo. Ngicela ngakusho ukuthi uxolisele umfana Nkosi kungabi khona ama-resolution. Excellency, Prime Minister, it's a friendly second year leave. Kungakho namhlanje unfortunately nebafana siphumelela kulo msebenzi. Baba Nkosi, ngoba belikhulu His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers present here today, honorable members of Parliament, senators, PSCs, senior government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ngicela kusho ukuthi all protocol observed ngoba ngawushiyala abanye ngabasho ngomashoba ngaphamcuba. May I, Your Excellency, take this opportunity on behalf of the region, the regional administrator, to extend a very warm welcome to Your Excellency, Right Honorable Prime Minister, your entourage, as well as our distinguished guests and participants attending this very important launch. In particular, ehhotela le-Happy Valley. Sisifunza siyanimukela, siyakwemukela mhlonishwa, nabemukela bakhona khona mhlangano komuhla. As a region, Your Excellency, we are honored and privileged to be host. Indaba. Sivile Tonishwa, after the launch, there will be the Green Indaba. We therefore look forward to a fruitful launch that will help us engage meaningfully on issues pertaining to big green industrialization. And we trust that you will enjoy and have a fruitful deliberations leading to collective contributions towards engaging in green transition, green energy transition.
Siyabonga Nkosi, those words of welcome. climate smart economy. That said, I know we would have wanted entertainment, but I'll dance for you after this session. I promise. But because this is more of a working session, we have opted not to do keep ourselves on our toes. Next on the program is Opa Mbogodo, who's the SNG Advisory Managing Director. He's going to come up here. I know all of us will be asking, why Opa? Who is this Opa? What is he all about? I'm hoping Opa will unpack who he is. I requested not to get his bio, His Excellency, because I thought that maybe I might actually say things that are beyond what he can say for himself. He will tell us, and if there's something very crucial that he will miss out, I will then come back and fill in the gaps. Opa, over to you.
Thank you, PS. What an introduction. The Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, leaders of various organizations, distinguished guests, distinguished officials from various ministries, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. So I can't dance. I won't be joining the PS. Like the PS has said, I'm the managing director of the advisory business within SNG Grant Thornton. I'm based in South Africa. Have been working with our firm locally here in Eswatini for a very long time. So I do frequent Eswatini. I've even been taught the language. So ngiyakhuluma Swati. Langena khona nami ngivele nje ngibingelele ngeSwati. When the SNG team presented the concept paper and the idea around hosting a green Indaba, I actually thought they were joking. More so because they then said we'll host it in May. And I actually thought they were smoking something. Because where I come from, to host an event engaging with various stakeholders, in that country, there was a saying that South Africa is alive with possibility, right? But what I've seen it will have taken us as a team maybe a year to plan an event of this magnitude. My doubts were actually informed by realization of the enormity of effort required, the vastness of stakeholders that we needed to engage with, to involve in terms of getting this event planned, hosted, venues booked, and everything that goes with hosting an event of this nature. Little did I know that the team understood our values, which we call clear. And part of that clear values, there's two very key words. One of those is agility, and the second one is collaboration. I'm glad to say the team lived up to those values. I saw them implement and plan in a very agile way, and they collaborated effectively with various stakeholders. Our client promise includes a commitment that will make what is important to our clients and stakeholders important to us. And I'm standing here to say sustainability and SDG goals are important to various stakeholders and therefore important to us, and that's why we are getting involved. And I sincerely hope that this one will not be a once-off. It will become an annual event. We will get together and have a conversation on an annual basis. It will take many forms. This year, the focus is on green financing. Next year, it could be on other elements, maybe technology, on youth development, job creation, and the like. So I'm looking forward to the insights that will be shared in this room, engagement with various stakeholders, and I do believe, like I said, in the implement action, we will see all the actions and the ideas that will be discussed here today being implemented. Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you, Opa, for the money. Your Excellency, I have been very honored to work with SNGT. They never asked me for one dime. They just said, tell us what your vision is as a ministry. We are there, we are ready to help you. And I'm happy that they have pledged in front of Your Excellency and the whole house that this will be an annual event, and as environment, we stand ready all the time to seize such opportunities and run with them. And we promise that we will not let the country down. We need your continued support, because without you, there's nothing that we can achieve. And without SNG, and I know people are already asking, how did they even come into the picture? What is in it for them? It's progress. They're in the picture because they saw what we all did. Will help remove the in our eyes, and we all have the same vision, or an even better vision. The ultimate goal is to help Eswatini, to alleviate Eswatini from poverty, to reduce the pressure on government, to diversify our resource base in terms of the possible financial instruments that are there. Because now everything is expected from government. For every disaster, government should provide. For every road failure, which is a result of climate change. But government can only do this much. So thank you very much, SNG. And thank you very much to our other very important partner, Your Excellency, which is the UN. They were also there saying, we cannot not be part of this milestone. We are there, we have various programs that we are running as a country. We want to partner with you in this particular groundbreaking event. So we have UNDP, who has been with us throughout. They have bought into the idea that we had as a government, and they have more to help us with. There's a lot of hand-holding that needs to happen. And without saying much, can I invite the Arab?
Thank you very much, Program Director PS. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of Environment, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable Minister of Finance. I believe Honorable Minister Commerce is somewhere or with us in spirit. I understand the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Senate President are also here, either physically or in spirit with us. Members of both houses of Parliament, ambassadors, development partners, the Governor, Central Bank, the CEO, SNGT, the Regional Administrator. I know there are many other CEOs and captains and officials present. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm extremely delighted this morning. Really, for me is a huge milestone. And as the program director indicated, I think in Eswatini, everything is possible. And I believe that's why we're all here. So I'm delighted, Your Excellency, to join you at Eswatini's inaugural Green Indaba. It is indeed a historic participation and joint commitments towards implementation of the National Climate Action Plan. How rapidly our window for action is indeed closing. With only 7 years left to make good on the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals to protect people and planet and spur prosperity by 2030, actions to advance a green and low-carbon future are more critical now than ever before. But realizing this low-carbon transition and ensuring that it is just and inclusive will require reshaping economic systems, policies, and financial instruments, and the adoption of innovative technologies and practices. Your Excellency, capitalizing on green investment opportunities and mobilizing green financing are essential to realizing both the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. As we all know, there is a huge shortfall in traditional international funding sources for climate change, such as the GEF, the Green Climate Fund, and the Adaptation Fund. In the circumstances, accelerating mitigation and adaptation actions calls for innovative and new ways of doing business, focused on joined-up efforts between the public and private sectors. In this regard, with support from various development partners, UNDP is honored to partner with the Kingdom of Eswatini on a variety of pipeline flagship initiatives to the tune of about $35 million, about 600 million emalangeni. And this, thank you. And this is aimed at reducing emissions and enhancing adaptive capacities and building resilience of vulnerable communities, improving accuracy and reliability of climate information for early warning and action, and harnessing nature-based solutions such as ecosystem-based adaptation practices. Excellency, increasing access to clean and affordable energy is one of the priority focus areas under the UNDP offer to the Kingdom, as outlined in our country program that's been running since 2021 and will end in 2025, and of course, Eswatini's NDCs. I'm therefore very excited that this morning you took part. I'm pleased to inform you that as part of our commitment to reducing UNDP carbon emissions in the country, and globally, actually, in over 170 countries where we operate, including creating awareness of the need to transition to green energy solutions. UNDP Eswatini, as you saw this morning, through its Global Energy Moonshoot initiative, has procured the first fully electric vehicle to be powered by a solar charge station. And I thank you for taking time to unveil the car. Thank you. Actually, according to the International Energy Agency, there's a booming demand for electric cars, with sales expected to increase by 35% this year, after a record-breaking 2022, when more than 10 million electric cars were sold globally. This explosive growth has resulted in a rise in the share of electric cars in the overall car market, from about 4% in 2020 to 14% in 2022, and is set to increase further to 18% this year, according to the latest IEA projections. I really have no doubt that with government's demonstrated climate action commitments this far, decarbonized transport sector in the Kingdom of Eswatini is achievable. And I have no doubt that will be achieved in the near future. Your Excellency, leveraging on the lessons learned from the RFM solar project, UNDP has secured funding through a new UNDP Italian government partnership to support the Ministry of Natural Resources, and energy with a comprehensive assessment of the energy sector for low carbon investment initiatives, of which the advancement of transport policies and adoption of green solutions is expected to be a priority. Another interesting ongoing program is the Africa Mini-Grid program. It's a multi-partner initiative between UNDP, the Rock Mountain Initiative, and African Development Bank. This is a country-led technical assistance program to promote renewable energy mini-grids, particularly solar battery mini-grids, targeting early-stage mini-grid markets, and seeks to establish an enabling environment to attract private investments at scale. And Eswatini is one of the very first round of 21 African countries participating in this program. Thank you. Globally, UNDP is instrumental in supporting countries to mobilize green financing, including providing advisory support on environmental, social, and governance standards. Allow me, Your Excellency, at this juncture, to recognize the presence of colleagues from UNDP's regional centers of excellency. If they may please stand up for recognition. About 3 or 4 of you, please. They're here to share, as the program director did indicate, they're here to share experiences and best practices from other countries. Thank you. Thank you. They're here to share experiences and best practices from other countries on incentivizing and leveraging private sector investments in the low carbon technologies. This is in line with UNDP's private sector and partnership strategy, which envisions that by 2030, the SDGs will be the main global guidance framework for businesses, investors, and governments, and likely to unlock about $1 trillion globally in private capital and increasing the number of businesses of all sizes that align their strategies and operations with SDGs. It's envisaged that this amount could be potentially achieved by aligning socially responsible investments with corporate venture activities and deploying capital into blended finance to leverage private sector investments. Mobilizing the private sector and integrating biodiversity and climate finance in SDG financing frameworks as part of adoption of the integrated national financing approaches is key to taking a whole government approach to tackling climate change. As I conclude, Your Excellency, let me propose 3 questions that we may wish to explore in this Indaba. One is, what green financing opportunities and options can the private sector adopt to meaningfully contribute to climate action and sustainable development goals? Second one is, what priority investments will deliver higher returns on mitigation, adaptation, the economy, and most importantly, as you all know, my passion for youth employment in Eswatini? How can public finance be best deployed to unlock and catalyze private sector climate finance? On behalf of UNDP, I'm deeply honored and appreciative of our strong partnerships and collaborations with all climate change partners and the private sector, obviously, that have complemented UNDP support this far. We remain committed to our collective and strengthened work together going forward. I thank you for your kind attention and wish the Indaba great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, RR, for those insightful remarks. Now I think we are all partly answered, if not fully answered, on why Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs is talking finance. Well, they have a finance person with them. But the other good thing is climate action requires huge amounts of money. And we are here to assist every sector within the economy to mobilize funding and consider options, and in particular the Ministry of Finance. So there's no competition, Minister. We are not taking over your work, but we are only doing the groundwork for you. And then once the plate is full, we shall come and deliver. So with that, can we invite the Honorable Minister to come and accept our contribution to the mobilization of funding?
Thank you, Program Director. I see Rose kept the mic low over here. That seems to work the best there. I'll try and do the same. Your Excellency, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Cleopas Sipho Dlamini, Minister of Tourism, our esteemed guest, UNDP Resident Representative, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Attorney General, the Governor of the Central Bank, Regional Administrator Representative, members of Senate, members of the House of Assembly, senior government officials, distinguished guests, speakers and moderators for various sessions, media houses present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to take these brief remarks on today's landmark day for the nation, where His Excellency, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, will preside over the official opening and launch of this inaugural Green Indaba that will cover over the next 2 days. It could not come at a better time. This event will be held under the focus area, safeguarding Eswatini's social, environmental, and economic interests against adverse climatic conditions. As these are broad topics, and Eswatini is not significantly different from other countries in the region in terms of impact due to climate change, let me take this opportunity to only highlight 3 key points. The first point is government's determination towards the issuance of green and sustainable sovereign bonds. In an effort to invest in the country's infrastructure, the government is looking at possible funding through the utilization of green bonds, which will be a part of the discussion for this Indaba. Government, together with the Central Bank of Eswatini, is exploring this avenue whereby the bank will advise accordingly with the information that will be shared during this event. Second point is government's commitment to further strengthen the capital markets to diversify funding sources for green and sustainable projects. Government, through the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development, as custodian for all government capital projects, cannot continue with business as usual without taking into account climate change. The quantum of the need is being quite overwhelming. It's against this backdrop that the government is considering other sources to fund capital projects, with the private sector playing a major role. Again, here we'll be guided by the discussions on how the government can benefit from the resources that the country can access with the professional guidance in the room. The third point I'd like to emphasize is government's commitment to work with various stakeholders to develop an ideal incentive framework for companies seeking to go green. One cannot overemphasize the importance of the role that the private sector plays. A wonderful example is this event being initiated and led by the private sector. Government, through the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade, together with Revenue Services, are looking at providing incentives for companies that invest in projects that have a cultural or a carbon positive impact on the environment. We are hoping to get solutions from this event on how government can provide the ideal framework for these incentives. With these few remarks, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to the organizers of this event and the support from our wonderful partners for this important discussion as the country grapples with climate change and the effects thereof. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the reassuring words. And we are quite excited to learn that the framework is already being considered. And as people in the space, we look forward to all opportunities. We stand ready to throw in as well 1 or 2 ideas. We promised the meeting that it is not government driven. It's purely going to be a private sector led deliberation, but we stand ready as the government team to sit down and listen attentively. With that, let me invite Minister Tourism and Environmental Affairs to come and confirm if indeed he sent us to have this function, or we decided to ignore authority and run away with the baton. But it's all for a good cause, Minister. And can those helping us with the venue?
All of the above. Director of Ceremonies, PS Kangeziwe Mabuza, Losuka Kahoho. His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, my colleague, the Minister of Finance, Neil Reichenbach. The Attorney General, Umgani, I can't call him by name, just Umgani. The representative of the RA, SNGT team, present here, Central Bank Governor, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representative of the Portfolio Committee at Senate, as well as in the House of Assembly, senior government officials present, Bishopi, lokhona la, captains of industry, the press, nanonke bekunene asinvusele egameni lenkosi. Kube ngilokwa ngangithi kuthi mangigiye manje ke kufuna ukuthi ngilandzele iprotocol. Your Excellency, bekuluhambo yini na? Beluluhle kodwa linedikhilikithi. Sithena speaker ko sicala umsebenzi saya kulole bathi ngikhop. Nasiya ka khop bafika bathi unetimali letinyenti. Tendlula ema-trillions, ema-dollars. Sathi ke asisibuke ukuthi leti mali singatithola kanjani kulendzaba ka climate change. Sasetha saba nelibandla lebelikhona libuka leti mali ukuthi Eswatini ingatithola kanjani. Libandla ke lisebentile, Your Excellency, kuleminyaka lemine ngoba likhone ukuthola ngetulu kwa 8.5 million US dollars. Lokuthi kungetulu kwa 100 million emalangeni for lelive la kaNgwane. Siba challenge leke, Your Excellency, ukuthi ku next 5 years ayidablisheke le mali ngoba ilusito isita tinhlangothi letinyenti. Sithe khona lapho sase sithi asithumele le plan yethu ukuthi kuleta ka climate change kutawendiwa kanjani lele kuthiwa i-national determined contributions. Bafika bayijabulela emaveni bathi le Eswatini yinhle kahle ithathe tonke tinhlangothi ngesingisi bathi i-comprehensive. Kuyo-ke lesikubonile sibuke tindzaba tekuthi letintuthu nguphi lapho tichamuka kakhulu khona. Lesikukhanzile ukuthi lokungu-40% wale tintuthu letikhona yebo tincane tingaphansi kwa-1% na utkhombisa emhlabeni. Actually 0.007% of the world emissions. Kodwa yena loyo ngoba uthelela kuletinye tindzaba ubese uyasilimata la climate change. Siyamangala nje ebusika ubona litulu lelinjani lishane tangqotho nabo yini lokusho ukuthi kukhona kufanele sikwende. Sikhanze ukuthi 40% waloko waletintuthu ta leti 0.007 tichamuka ka energy ikakhulu etimotweni. Sathi ke asesisebenze sina UNDP. Sakhanza ukuthi ka UNDP kunesishoshova bathi ngiRose. Wathi noma kanjani ngindansekela silive. Namhla la ngaphandle sesibona imoto lehamba ngelilanga. Sibashayile tandla laba ka UNDP. Siyacala kubona i-electric car eveni. Sesiba-challenge ke kwesibili inyala ukuthi le ndasi kukhona kuthiwa i-Big 5 lalapho kuye kube naleti moto ethambisa tivakashi nema-tourists. Sitheke nakhona ku-next 5 years asale siba naleti moto leti electrically controlled. Lokho kutawusho ukuthi asisanawo banetintuthu letinyendi ngoba sengeke tisebenzise petrol. Wakweva nje imoto ingasebenzisi petrol, ingasebenzisi diesel, ingasebenzise malahla. Siyatibongela UNDP. You did it and we are proud of you. Ngekuba naleti moto leti nje sekwakheka nemathuba emsebenzi ngoba nyalo ufuna ema-filling stations salafaka lapho kutawuchargiswa khona. Lokusho ukuthi emathuba emsebenzi ayakheka. Lokusho ukuthi sekufuna phindze sibuyise tonke letinto letinga-recharge ukuthi kungentiwa njani. Phindze kubuyiswe nemithetho. Kungako nje sina the learned Attorney General lesatiko ukuthi usukumele etulu asimshayele tandla ngendlela asebenza ngayo nalelo office lakhe. Wathi nje sifuna umthetho lotsitane uvasathi ecabinet umthetho wenu sowulungile sale numix eparliament. Angathi ususebenza njani ngeke ngathi ngake ngifune ukubona nale ukuthi bangaphhi le ka AG's office. Sase siyabuka sithi nalenza betimali solo sibukela uhlangothi lunye lokuboleka nekwenda njani. Sathi cha ananemave lamanyendi asakhonile kuthola timali ngalabo bo green finance. IUganda nje kulonyaka ithole 2 billion shillings from kubo Nordic countries. Lekwenda kokuthi nathi sathi singasalela kule viki eliphelile iTanzania isayinde umsebenzi lomkhulu wekuthi bangenele ku carbon credit bathi kutaba ngilomkhulu eAfrica. So thineke besingasala njani. Kungako ke namhla sesinalenzaba ye-green Indaba your excellency nalo kube luhambo ngoba sicale sekunemalanga sikhulumisa sithi singayenda lento namhla sesiyayenda lokhu lamhla utayiphakamisa ngalokho semthethweni. Lo sekuseleke kwekuthi sivumelene nabo uthi sekutawendiwa minyaka yonke. Eminyakeni lodako nje sisidabe sile ICC. Ngoba namhla sijikise abantu labanyenti labe bafuna ma-internationals labe bafuna kuba ingcenye yalomsebenzi ngoba bonke bafuna ukuthi kushiyelwa neligwayi kokuthi lento singayisebenta kanjani. Asibabonge baka SNGT nebe stock exchange labangibona sithena sikhuluma nabo bathi we want to assist the country in this regards, and I'm happy that they have done it. They have led the way. they are the ones who are at the forefront. As for the ministry, we are prepared, Your Excellency, on behalf of his government, ukuthi sibasupporte lapho singabasupporta khona so that lo msebenzi utoba impumelelo. Sesibukeke nekwakuthi nyalo nasicedza lo sale sibuke emadolobha lelesithi ngema green cities ngoba nanawo atasisita kakhulu ukuze kwekuthi letindzaba tetintuthu tehle noma titincane kepha atehle ngalawa lamabili lamathathu, Your Excellency, lilanga lakho leli ngubonile ukuthi hayi uyakhona kushayela faneke wena sengena speed ngapha bathi lena sengethuka sengijake kolandza libhandi kuthi lingakuphi cha akhona nemabhandi nakuyo kuphela nje kude lalapho ufaka khona bo oil uchecka bo spark plug uchecka bo yinini uvela ungene nje ekhathi bese uyantshuza lilanga kube kuphela ngilo leli lelishisisa lama battery kodwa kusekunenge lesitakufunza ukuthi ngabe kubese kwente kanjani kulesikhathi lesi ngicela kwethula umhlonishwa Ndunankulu His Excellency Babe Cleopas Sipho Dlamini usuka kakhulu ku private sector kodwa usebenzile kuhulumende awu ngasho nje ukuthi i-financial guru nasithi sikhuluma ngete finance nje le cabinet vela kutshela ukuthi ngeke kwenteke ke lokho. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you. Let's all stand up to welcome His Excellency.
Morning, everyone. Am I live with corner? The minister almost omitted to say I'm the first prime minister ever to drive an electric car. Thank you very much. UNDP resident representative, cabinet ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, members of both houses of parliament, attorney general, governor of the central bank, or regional administrator, senior government officials, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is perhaps a coincidence that the first conference that I attended when I was appointed Prime Minister was COP26. I have to say, let's not fool ourselves. The public and people in high industries don't know anything about this climate change. I didn't know a thing about it. So I had to sit down with the minister to tell me, what is this scope? What am I supposed to do? And he took me through the whole list of things. As you heard him talk, yes, finance is very much part of it. You'll be surprised. You think they will talk about energy and things like that. But when you get there, developing countries are making a lot of shout about their share of the financing and all these things. How are we going to cope with this? It is very expensive, and that's a reality. Because if you have to put off your car, ungene kule electric car, there's a lot of expense, because where are you going to charge it? How are you going to, if you're not going to cook using a coal stove, now you have to, of course, now we modernize, we're using electricity, But if you are not going to generate electricity using coal, it's a very, very big story. Somebody somewhere must compensate you, because after all, we developing countries did not cause this problem, but now we must help to solve it. I'm honored to welcome you all to this inaugural Green Indaba, which comes at an opportune time, a time when global economy is being negatively impacted by various crises, including climate change. Let me take this opportunity and thank all stakeholders who have been involved in making this day happen. The partnerships and collaboration between the private sector, the government, and cooperating partners in the aspiration to have this as an annual event is noted with appreciation. The country and the sub-region is already experiencing unprecedented climate conditions, which are having negative impact on the economy, and the life systems are negatively affected. We are seeing a re-emergence. Secretary General has indicated that climate change is called for humanity. We all need to take action now. Climate change is the solve. The government of the Kingdom of Eswatini is working tirelessly to create an enabling environment. We need to build climate resilience and delink our development from carbon emissions. At the beginning of the month, we launched the nationally determined contributions implementation plan, which is the country's costed climate action plan. I trust that this Indaba is an opportunity for government to hear the views of partners and the private sector that will inform the process. We also need to mobilize the required resources from public and private. In our economy, if our economy is to thrive and we are to leave our children with a habitable planet, we need to invest in a green economy. Government is already working on the accreditation of national entities to the Green Climate Fund to improve access to the fund, which is the biggest source of climate finance. We are also looking into how best to green the finance sector and improving financial inclusion. While the Indaba is the first of its kind, we are collaborating with our partners to empower Eswatini to make a living out of climate action, such using waste streams to generate income with focus on youth. Communities are being capacitated to undertake climate-smart agriculture, including through collaboration with the Women Farmer Foundation. Wetlands, land restoration and conservation is going in different communities. There's a lot more that needs to be done. Over the coming 2 days, I trust no stone will be left unturned as we look for opportunities to fund our climate action. We are grateful that we have friends from near and far who are ready to support us as we look for concrete ways to support action by all. We need to understand the climate finance landscape and how it can work for all Eswatini, from the business sector all the way to the most vulnerable. We all have a role to play. making climate action in support of sustainable development a successful reality.
Thank you, Excellency. With your permission, may I, on behalf of my minister, invite you again to the podium for the House to see what OPA has on behalf of the organizing team and SNGT. It's called Declaration. It starts from the top. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. For those of us that did not see, it is just private enough and befits the Prime Minister. So take comfort in that. How we wish, Your Excellency, it would have been the car, but try us next time. Try us next time. You never know what potential we have. With that, Your Excellency, all protocol observed. We come to the end of the morning session, which was the opening session. Thank you very much for helping me run the program. I trust all went according to plan, and where things didn't go right, it is because you didn't teach me how to do it right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May we invite the high table for a cup of tea on your way out. May we request, Your Excellency, that we have group photos by the stair coming in. We will request that you take pictures with the stock exchange team, with SNGT. You've already taken pictures with the high table. Who else wants to take a picture with the Prime Minister? Going once, twice. There's a SADC colleague who's also requesting to be part of the picture. My colleagues who are doing the ushering, Director, where are you? Can you please lead the Prime Minister to just outside for the photo shoot out? And then the rest of us, those who are interested in test driving, you can see me with just a $10 bill. If you are interested in test driving the car, it's going to be outside. I don't want you to only view it. I want you to also test drive it within the compound, but you pay a $10 bill. I'll declare, Minister. I'll declare. So maybe we can get the ladies who are doing the registration outside to help us with a register of those that want to test drive the car. I've requested that we have it for, the picture is going to be outside. SNGT. Yes. Sorry, can we just go and arrange ourselves outside before Steb Ushone? Navos. And then the stock exchange team, if they can follow suit as well. And my SADC colleagues. Okay, and I think whilst they have the picture shot out, we can have tea. We are invited for tea. It's served outside. Thank you. We'll convene in 20 minutes. Nkasona
great to see so many people here. It's great to see so many people from different parts. So it's a clear sign, or a clear indication at least, at the importance we place on climate change and tackling climate change by attending this meeting. After these next 2 days, you will learn, or you will leave here, I hope, with a renewed sense of urgency about what we need to do to mainstream practical responses to our climate changing, and take responsible and just to take action to protect the planet, our country, and our future. So this Indaba is comes at an important time for us to come together and start discussing about climate change, because we need to find ways to reduce our emissions. We need to find ways to protect our diversity, our biodiversity, our water, and we have to start adapting to more extreme your adaptation costs, and to help whatever products and services you provide more affordable. Now, in the program that you have in front of you, you'll see under this session, which is called the Climate Change National Context, what it means for the private sector, there's a number of items that we're going to try and cover, which is the overall global and local climate change trends in Eswatini. We'll look at the climate change portfolio, the framework around what we have in place in the country around climate change and our response. We'll have a panelist also on looking at climate change finance, a colleague from the Trade and Development Bank, and also I think online we have a colleague from the African Development Bank who will talk to us or answer questions about climate finance. And then we also have the Principal Ministry of Economic Planning and Development to talk about what is government doing within the national development planning space on how we integrate those climate concerns. So I'll have a number of panelists join me shortly. But first, to set things off and to set the context, I'd like to invite Dr. Wisdom Dlamini to come up and give his presentation. Dr. Dlamini is a coordinator of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Research at the university. He's a very he has assisted the Ministry of Tourism and Environment Affairs on many occasions with technical support to frame and develop our climate change responses. So if Dr. Dlamini can come up and we can just give him a round of applause, and we'll take some questions after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director and Moderator, Mr. Brown. Is it possible to... Yeah. As Rex has already indicated, I will just give sort of an appetizer to the discussion on the issues around climate change in Eswatini. It's just a mixture of visuals and maps just to, build the case for why we want to discuss about climate finance and probably touch on the issues that probably require that finance as we talk about climate change. As Rex has already indicated, that's my name. I'm coordinating a center that we've just established at the university to look at the issues of climate change and sustainability, just to conduct research on that. My IT guy is having issues there. So, but what I will try and do, ladies and gentlemen, is just to share with you issues about the trends, what we're observing, particularly over the last 40 years or so in terms of climate change, and of course couple that with observations that have been made globally, because climate change is a global phenomenon. So we want to see how Eswatini fits in that in terms of the trends, both from observations, from climatic information, the impacts thereof that we are seeing over, that we've seen over the years, and of course touch briefly on some of the responses that government is embarking on in this regard. But of course, towards the end, I will just touch on some of the key tenets of what I think probably the private sector in particular can play a role in as we respond to climate change. So you can have I can have the next slide. I think I want to start with this IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that was recently published, which looks at the impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability at the global level, and of course, going to sub-regional level. The key message that I want to, the other years, of course, are reconstructed from paleoclimatic information, so they use a combination of radioisotopes and other scientific methods to try and reconstruct past climates. And humanity has only been able to observe climatic phenomena from around 1850. That is when we started having thermometers and all these observation stations. But again, if you look at what is happening, particularly from around here, from around 1850, you can see that signal starting to shoot up. And this is where we are now, compared to past climates. Now, I'm sure some of you might have heard that the climate has been changing over millennia. Of course, there are these long-term cycles of cooling, the Ice Age, for those who've watched that movie. We've had those eras where the entire planet was covered with ice. So it has to do with what they call Milankovitch cycles and so on and so forth, the orbital cycle of the Earth vis-a-vis the sun and so on. But what we are seeing here, which is very clear from this pattern, is that over the last 150 years or so, we have seen a rapid, and this is unprecedented in more than 2,000 years. So that is the evidence that we are getting. If you look at, again, from these simulations, because what scientists have done is to try and, just to sometimes deal with the climate skeptics, because there are those that are skeptical about climate change and if it's caused by humans and so on and so forth. If you follow the natural signal, that is your solar and volcanic eruptions, those contributions, you'd have our temperatures will be around here. But now with the human contribution, this is where we are at. Human, combining both the human and also the natural. So the Earth is now probably a degree or so warmer than it would have been in the absence of human-induced climate change over that period, 1850 to 1900. From that report, again, we see this is our region. This is the region that we fall in according to the IPCC categorization. We fall within East Southern Africa. If you look at things like mean air temperature, extreme heat, frosts, and so on and so forth, what you see that is that the temperatures and extreme heats, the evidence is unequivocal that it's going up. But things like cold spells and frosts are less common now than they were before. In my previous life, with the National Trust Commission, I was a manager of one of Malolocha Nature Reserve. We used to have quite a lot of, snow frost around that area, but it's getting less and less frequent. So this is testimony to that. So a lot of these arrows, as you can see, they are pointing up. So we're seeing a lot of the extremes coming through in the country. Now, this is now from Eswatini. This is historical temperatures on average from 1981 up to 2020. So clearly you can see the signal. The temperatures are actually cycling on an increasing sort of trend. You can see that's the trend line there. So obviously we have gone up. Our temperatures are warming. Again, even if you look at the low temperatures, this part is going up, 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 and the extremes are also on the rise as a result of that. So that's basically providing some of that evidence. And from a map point of view, we see that overall the country has warmed by between 1.21 and 1.53 degrees over just that period over the 40 years. And what we see from there is that when the world talks about a 1 degree Celsius change in global averages, in Eswatini we are talking about 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. So it's almost double the global rate. So when they are talking about 1.5 degrees, we are talking probably up to 3 degrees for Eswatini. And what we're seeing is that the western part is warming relatively faster than the rest of the country. And there is evidence from around the world that these mountainous areas are heating up faster, although they are still relatively cooler than the lower lying areas like our Lowveld, but the rate of increase of the temperature is higher around here. So the velocity of change is lower along the Lubombo Plateau in our case. And of course, this has implications for various sectors, health, agriculture, and so on and so forth. Look at the precipitation. Precipitation on the average, the signal is very small. It's a very tiny change, tiny decrease. Now, I will tell you why we are having that. What we are seeing, and as we have seen over the last, even if we just look at the last 10 years, we are having these swings of extremes. Plenty rain. The past 2 years, 2023 and 2021, basically were characterized by lots of rainfall. Before that, droughts. This year, it looks like we are in for another very intense drought. The signals are giving that. The ENSO signals and parameters with the climate scientists, when they look at that, it looks like we are in for another very strong drought. So that sort of averages out to a very tiny decrease because of these extremes. So we are having these extremes precipitation-wise. If you look again, this is showing departures from the mean monthly rainfall trends, again looking at that 40-year period. You can see we are increasingly getting a lot of these dips, particularly after the year 2000 a lot of these dips. So that means those are years where the average rainfall patterns were basically below the long-term averages. So that is what we are seeing. And of course, you can see that big dip, 2015-16 drought. We all know what happened there. I'll show some visuals as an example. And I think that last point, just if you can go back a bit, that last one is 2021, because we had plenty of rain. That was a La Nina year. And of course, our Zamkolo here back in 1984, and of course the 2000 rains. You can see that signal clearly. Again, if you look at the trend, on average, we are seeing a slight decline. There are some areas which show no change, very little change, but we have areas that are showing very tiny decline by as much as 6 millimeters looking at the past 40 years. So again, that has implications on different sectors of the economy that rely on precipitation, for instance. Of course, we know that water is life and is required for all most of the economic activities in the country. And again, I'm looking here at drought. I went through just historical documents, narrations to look at drought events in the country. Now, starting from around 1800, because that is where we start to have very good recorded history for Eswatini. The history books talk about an era of Madlatule or Madlalutule, other historical texts talk about that. And that was during King Gwane's reign. There was a very strong drought there. That is remembered. And then another drought followed around the 1820s, around 1850, during King Banzani's reign. And there was another prolonged drought around 1902 to 1907. And in the 30s, there was another drought. And the Maswati were complaining to the king that he's probably not doing his duties, his ritual duties good enough. Hence these droughts and so on and so forth. But what I want you to note, ladies and gentlemen, is the spacing. From 1800 to about 1900, maybe to the 1950s, you have this spacing, but it starts to narrow down. And now here, the frequency is high. Just from, of course, the intensities of these droughts vary, but we're getting to see that the intensities of these droughts is actually getting higher and higher. Now, one of the messages from the IPCC is that global warming has caused dangerous and widespread disruption in nature. We have basically perturbed the global system, climatic system, which is very complex in itself. Now, if these are just pictures from the recent rains, 2023, and we saw the damage that came with that. Just when you were breathing from Cyclone Eloise in 2021, now we see these flooding events. So this is just evidence providing evidence to the fact that we are seeing increases in these extremes, both high precipitation and very low precipitation, which are droughts. Now, again, we also saw these are also photos from Eswatini, and of course, climate change is affecting the lives of billions of people around the world, and in Eswatini, hundreds of thousands of people are being affected, despite some of the efforts to adapt. And again, the poor are almost always the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And again, this slide sort of summarizes some of the impacts from human-caused climate change as observed globally. And of course, the message is that these will intensify. Water scarcity and food production, I think that we saw again during the 2015-16 drought, where water ran out of Mbabane for the first time, I don't know in how many years, if it ever did. Mbabane ran out of water because of that. Food production is being affected dramatically. If you go to the rural areas, I spent the past 3 weeks or so around Malinza, when we were having our short recess at UNESCO. I decided to go down there and spend some time there. And, interacting with the locals, just looking at those areas, you can see that farming has really been abandoned by a lot of people, which threatens security, food security. So food production has gone down. The health and well-being of the population will go down. I'll talk to some of that. Settlements and infrastructure is being severely affected. I think we can all bear testimony to some of those impacts, the ecosystem structure, and so on and so forth. Now, what is even more compounding is that these multiple extreme events compound the risks and are very difficult to manage. For instance, increasing heat and drought, which I've talked about, obviously that will also increase heat stress amongst those that work in the farms, and so on and so forth, particularly in the low field. And of course, some of these will result in reduced crop yield. I know, for instance, sugarcane in Eswatini, the production, I think, went down by about 14% or so, if I'm not mistaken, during the 2015-16 drought. And you can imagine if we are going to be having more of those kinds of droughts. And of course, reduced productivity because of some of the health effects or impacts that come with increased heat stress. Increased food prices. Imbuphu nje solo yenyuka nga 2015-16 drought ayizange yehle. You can imagine if this drought becomes as intense, the forecasted drought becomes as intense as that one of 2015-16, you will see the food prices going up. Meal will go up. And for some reason, even when the rains come back, the prices never go down. And that's impacting on the poor. They cannot cannot afford these high prices, these high food prices. And then, of course, reduce household incomes as a result of some of the impacts of climate change and, of course, some of the local effects and other global effects. Now, some of the impacts, actually, we see them more in the cities where a lot of people are starting to live now. Of course, projections are saying that probably half of the world's population will be living in fact, more than half will be living in cities in the coming decades. So you're going to be seeing most of this. And of course, this is also exacerbated by the fact that the way we design, construct our infrastructure is not in line with the projections of climate change. Solo sakha imigwaqo yethu in a business as usual way. And unfortunately, that's going to cost us more because the cost of repairing these is alarming. Think about the bridge that was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, I think it was last year. It was a 14 million bridge, I think, somewhere there. The rains in January this year just took down that bridge. So in less than a year, that bridge is down. So that means the design was probably not compatible with the extremes, the extreme climatic conditions that we will see. So that means we have to review the way we design our infrastructure. And again, what makes this issue even more compounding is the interconnections with various other societal issues. Maybe go to the next slide just to illustrate this. If you look at the report, the Global Risk Report from the World Economic Forum, the one that just was recently released, of course, this is from a survey of over 1,200 experts from academia, business, government. So basically just for them to say what are they looking in terms of the next 2 years and the next 10 years in terms of the key risks. You can see climate change related issues are coming up, very strongly. Natural disasters and extreme weather events, failure to mitigate climate change, failure of climate change adaptation, natural resource crises. And of course, at the top there is the cost of living crisis, which cannot be delinked from climate change. Because if you look at this interconnections map, I've just highlighted the climate change related sort of parameters. And all of them are are directly linked to things such as, for instance, what is that? The debt crisis, erosion of social cohesion. You know, things that ordinarily you wouldn't look at them as connected, but somehow they are connected and they tend to influence each other. So climate change is not just an environmental issue that is just there, but it has profound implications on how we conduct business, on how we live as a society, and so on and so forth. Now, again, climate change combines with unsustainable use of natural resources. Climate change, yes, it's there, but there's also other problems that sort of exacerbate or basically increase the impact of climate change. I'm showing this aerial image of this lovely area of Matapa here, which shows basically the problem associated with unsustainable use, lack of planning, land use planning. I once walked through this area. Honestly, you are surprised how people live in some of these areas if you go deep into some of these settlements. Lack of planning, there's no water and proper water and sanitation facilities, and so on and so forth. Of course, we know the driver is the industrial site here, but the lack of planning will make it easier for any impact of climate change. Imagine a 1 in 100-year flood coming into this area here. Even with the recent the January storms, there were a lot of impacts around this area here. Lack of planning. So the impact is further exacerbated by basically habitat destruction and growing urbanization and inequity, which results in what we see here. Being a reader of history, I once listened to King Sopuza's audio, basically where he was talking about the history of this area here. He says they used to hunt here. And him and his brothers used to hunt game all over this place here with dogs and so on and so forth. But now, if you were to tell someone this was hunting ground, they wouldn't believe that. So hundreds of thousands of Eswatini live in hotspots of high vulnerability to climate change. And of course, some of it has to do with, the legacy of our land use patterns, which of course some of it has to do with the colonial demarcation of land and so on and so forth. But a lot of Eswatini are still living in highly vulnerable areas for various reasons. And as a result, you see that the impact of this increasing frequency and intensity of storms is leaving a lot of Eswatini in this situation. So it's driving poverty further up and inequity further up. And again, this was from, I think, Gonini, the banana estate there. You can see the impact of that hailstorm. Within 15 minutes, a 15-minute hailstorm, it has damaged probably 15 years of work in 15 minutes. And of course, we see some of the size of these hailstones is actually getting more and more bigger. And actually, we're starting to even experience hailstorms in winter, which is amazing. So again, this is just showing the evidence that no one is spared. We need to act on these things. Again, this 1.6 billion pro-based project, this was a Times of Eswatini report, basically which was showing the effect of Cyclone Eloise, where most of those roads, or a number of those roads, were actually negatively affected and damaged by that. And they were actually less than 2 years or so on the ground. 1.6 billion already under threat because of the climate extremes. Again, that tells us that our investment in infrastructure needs to be revisited, and we start planning for infrastructure development appropriately. And then, of course, the damage to personal property, I was also a victim of that. Forest fires, the forestry industry is one of the victims of forest fires. Of course, irrespective of the cause of this fire or where the spark began, but the intensity of the fires is getting more and more serious because of course, the intense cold fronts that tend to come through during those periods, which cause a lot of damage. These were photos, for instance, from the 2019 fires at Mlilwane, which even killed some of the wild animals there, and of course caused damage to property in other places, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, the increasing frequency and intensity of droughts, which I've already highlighted, which has impacts on our economy, because our economy really is agro-based, as we all know. If you look at the 2015-16 drought, for instance, this was during the 2015-16 drought. You know, all these irrigation systems ran dry because there's no water really to irrigate with. Now the question is, how do we act under such circumstances? The question is all out for us to try and answer. But this is what we are seeing. If you look at the 2015-16 drought, for instance, the estimates from the study that was done by ISEPAC is that it cost the country about 7% of its GDP, 7% of its GDP, and close to 19% of government expenditure, and that is huge. So you can imagine if we are going to be having more intense droughts as we go towards the future. Now, this climate change is also changing our ecosystems. This is showing from a study that was done by a colleague, Kim Rogues, who looked at changes in the ecosystem structure. From 1971, this was 1997. 1971, this is in the Lowveld. This is how a typical savanna or lihlanze looks like. Coincidentally, again, during the past 3 weeks, I was driving with my old man, and we happened to drive up to Stegi, just looking down. And he was saying, hey, how things have changed. From here, this area was all grassland and just dots of trees. Basically, that's how Lihlanze looked like. But because of climate change, we are seeing double bush encroachment. Of course, there are other land use effects, but climate change through a process, the CO2 fertilization, as the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere increases, the concentration increases, it encourages the growth of woody plants. We happen to go to another friend of ours who is a farmer, a cattle farmer. His farm is just unbearably infested by even some of the indigenous species, by the way, not even Bosandanezo. The indigenous species are picking up speed because of the increasing amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. And that's reducing productivity of the rangeland. Lo muntu la beka khona 500 wetinkomo, so khona so he can only manage maybe 200. So that's decreasing the productivity of that farm. This photo here, which is from around almost 100 years ago, was taken around where the current TBO building is. Lapha letindzaba leti bekutshani, they were covered by grass. But now you see forests around here. Now if you drive past Lozita, there's all sorts of forests. Similarly here, which bridge is this one? Sorry? Is what? It's not very far from where we are. Yeah, it's just across there. You can see the landscape. That is how it was. It was all grassland, but it has changed over the years, and now we're seeing even forests right on top of these mountains. And again, that means that the ecosystem is also changing as a result of climate change. Let's go. This is a map from a publication I looked at, which was published in 1937. It showed malaria endemism to be restricted really to the eastern part of the Lowveld, the eastern Lowveld really. That is where malaria is. But if you look at recent analysis, this is from a study that was done by colleagues, including the malaria program, you can see that malaria is now encroaching all the way to the Highveld now. Why? Because the vector, which is the mosquito, is finding this area now more suitable. That means these areas which were very cold back in the day, hence mosquitoes could not survive, now they are warmer as a result of climate change, and they have spread westwards, basically tracking that change in temperature. Now, vulnerability. One of the things that we looked at, that we've been looking at, of course, to see the ability of individuals or households to respond to the impacts of climate change or the effects of climate change, is basically has to do with their vulnerability, which is a function of various socio-economic, factors. I've just shown two here for illustration purposes. This is showing employment. So the darker the color, the higher level of employment. Obviously, as you can see, the employment is on those sugarcane estates, maybe around the cities and so on and so forth. All around the country, the level of employment is very low. Again, in my recent experience at Malinza, la stala khona, nanangumnagethu, nalalenkhulu, RS, I interacted with some of the boys around there. And, I was appalled that, our youth is in trouble. They are all over, and they ask you, sende njani, kuti msebendi, kuti loku, kuti loku, naloku, naloku. They are cultivating dacha all over the place, destroying these ecosystems that we need to protect. But this is just showing the level of unemployment. So obviously someone with a low income has very low adaptation capacity, or the capacity to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Nasikhuluma nje ngema increasing prices, labantu labalapha sisabende njani bona. Nangabe sinkwa siyenyuka, impuphu yenyuka, abakhona kulima, how are they going to survive? It's a very tricky situation for those guys. So that increases their vulnerability. This is showing the poverty head count. It's a poverty head count. This is data from the Central Statistics Office. And again, the darker the color, the higher the poverty in those areas. So again, you can see the flip of this. A lot of these areas have high levels of poverty, and which makes most of the country highly vulnerable. This is from analysis that we recently did. So you can see that the red basically showing high vulnerability across the country. So a lot of people are highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. And of course, we are also faced with a situation where the population is going up, the amount of available land. This is showing the amount of available land per person if you were to just divide the land equally. But of course, we know that's not the case. You can see what is happening. So sooner or later, we'll be also having issues of conflicts. By the way, we are already having conflicts on issues of land, just access to land, how to manage the very land that we have, and so on and so forth. This is showing human population density. The areas with low population density are obviously your sugarcane estates, your forest plantations, private farms, and so on. But where the rest of mankind is, you've got high population density. And of course, we've got then some of these overlapping challenges. Limited access to water, sanitation, and health services. And again, we are having serious problems now, particularly in our health sector, where people are going to hospitals, they can't get medication, and so on and so forth. Climate-sensitive livelihoods, high levels of poverty, I've already highlighted that. Again, weak leadership in certain areas, lack of funding, of course, good that we have this conference. And of course, high levels of corruption, which make it very difficult for government to respond effectively to the challenges of climate change. Now let's look into the future now. What the IPCC is showing is that these temperatures are going to be going up and up and up and up and up. Depending, the rate of increase will depend on the actions that we take as a society. Now, this has also profound implications for Eswatini, as I will show in the next slide, or in the coming slide. So the extremes become more widespread and pronounced with every increment of warming. So this is 1.5, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees Celsius. So if we do not do anything, particularly limiting it to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is what the Paris Agreement was trying to do, and unfortunately it looks like we are failing to, we might be going this way. And if we fail in this, we are going to even a hotter world with more devastation and changes in the climate. Please go to the next slide. And again, this is again showing that those the changes in CO2 emissions over the years, and this is from the historical. Now, there are simulations that have been done for different, what they call shared socio-economic pathways. Basically, these are just scenarios that if we do this, what is likely to happen to the climate system? If we increase our commitments, if we do this, if the population does that, what is likely to happen? So this is the very more optimistic scenario, and then the more pessimistic one is SSP 2.45, 3.85. Please keep pressing there. So again, what we are seeing, unfortunately, we seem to be tracking these higher increases of climate, unfortunately, because a recent analysis that looked at commitments, it looks like a lot of countries are failing to meet their commitments. Hence, we are going to see a worst scenario. Go back to the, yeah. So in Eswatini, this is what we are seeing, the projections. So we did our own analysis for Eswatini to look at what are the likely changes, for instance, in temperature here. Again, you can see the temperatures are going up, 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 up. So again, what this is saying is that the temperatures that we see currently in the Lowveld as of the baseline are going to be, in the Lowveld, are going to be the normal temperatures for the Highveld. So you can start to imagine the Highveld being as warm as the Lowveld, what that implies. Similarly, precipitation, like I said, precipitation, not much change, slight decline, but what we see is the seasonality. So this is basically showing seasonality, that seasonality will increase and intensify as you go towards the end of this century. So that means you'll have these fluctuations, droughts, floods, and so on and so forth. And again, even some of the projected yield changes for major crops in Africa, you can see the situation again is not looking good. Projections are showing that, particularly if we go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, we are going to start seeing declines in maize yields. And of course, we know maize is a staple crop and is a driver of a number of food products. Similarly, wheat, the levels in terms of yield will go down. And of course, you can imagine what will happen to the prices. So these are just some of, but I will now just rush through. This is showing projected risks for the key health outcomes. Malaria is likely to expand. Things like dengue fever, dengue and Zika, the Zika virus go up. Cholera, yes, diarrheal diseases. But what is very notable here is that all the arrows are going up for Southern Africa, which is this part shown in arrows here. So again, even for key health outcomes, things are going to be bad. I recently saw a paper that was trying to link the increases in diabetes incidence with climate change. I was amazed at how some of those things can actually be linked. So, so we are seeing really these changes in climate which have profound risks on things like heat stress, water scarcity, food security, and of course, flood risk. And now, as we move towards some of the actions, the action has increased, but progress is uneven, and we are not adapting fast enough. This is from the IPCC. And there are increasing gaps between adaptation action taken and what is actually needed on the ground. And these gaps are largest amongst lower income countries like Eswatini. And of course, there are options that we can take to reduce the risks to people and also to nature. And some of the nature-based adaptation, which the RR talked about, are actually seen to be the best, where we use nature actually to adapt to some of these impacts of climate change. Actually, in our NDC, I'm just now highlighting some of the key actions that have been identified in our NDC, which basically outlines what, as Eswatini, we want to do in terms of climate change. There's actions around food security, climate smart agriculture, reducing poverty and improving food security. And of course, that has other benefits on livelihoods, health and well-being. There are actions around water management, options on irrigation. How do we innovate and have better irrigation systems? Because letinyo lestisebenzisako lekushukela, they are wasting, they are wasteful. For a future that is drier and warmer, then there's going to be problems. We need to really push hard on rainwater storage, moisture conservation in soils, and so on and so forth. So we need to do that. So that's all actually enshrined in the NDC. In terms of ecosystems and biodiversity, we need to reduce that biodiversity loss, deforestation, controlling invasives, which are also taking over most of our rangelands, making them less useful. In the infrastructure sector, this is basically again from the recent damage that was done on that road to Mhlume. We need to look at nature-based solutions for urban infrastructure, climate-proofing existing infrastructure, particularly the critical infrastructure, make sure that it's up to scratch in terms of standing against some of the extremes that I've talked about here. Improving health and well-being, again, there are sets of actions around there where even the private sector can play a role, enhancing the adaptive capacity in the health sector, ensuring that health services are available almost all around the country, leveraging the use of technology and building capacity and so on and so forth. But there are limits to adaptation because even effective adaptation cannot prevent all losses and damages. That's why this issue of loss and damage is quite a topical issue in the COP, in the Conference of Parties, that of losses and damages, because particularly developing countries are actually experiencing most of the losses and damages, even though they are not the ones contributing most of the emissions. So there are limits. Beyond 2 degrees Celsius, for instance, it will be challenging to farm multiple stable crops in many current growing areas. So there are limits. That's why the push is to really limit to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And then there are these financial constraints. The current global financial flows are also insufficient. I think we can see from what is happening in the global economy. And most finance targets emissions reductions rather than adaptation, which is where most developing countries tend to focus on or are in need of. Climate impacts can also slow down economic growth for reasons that I've already highlighted. You can just go through this slide, but what this is just now highlights. I will share these slides, colleagues, I'm sure they can share with all of you that have been invited, so you can just have a look at what's in there. This is just showing some of the actions, for instance, in the energy and transport sector. Good enough, it's good that we actually just saw that electric car because we want to reduce our emissions in the energy sector. EEC is also an ISERA going renewable in various ways. Reducing emissions from the waste sector, it's another area actually, and actually it's also an area where there's a lot of business opportunities. UNDP has really unlocked some of the potentials that exist in this sector for businesses. Industrial processes, again, this is just reducing some of the harmful substances, phasing these out. of course, some of these have very high global warming potentials. In the agriculture sector, of course, we have to reduce land degradation, tree planting, and so on and so forth. Again, these are just options that are there for urban areas. There are a number of options that we can actually work on. Waste prevention, minimization, and management. Buyback centers are actually coming up in most of our urban areas, and that is a very good thing. We need to upscale those. In agriculture and forestry, this is showing the Right Honorable Prime Minister, doing some tree planting. These are some of the things that we need to do. Forestry has a huge potential. So the warning is that the pace and scale of climate action is insufficient to tackle climate change. This is the warning. My time is up, but to avoid these losses and urgent action, we need to act quickly. At the same time, it's essential to make rapid, deep cuts in emissions to keep the number of adaptation options open. Otherwise, we'll get to a point where all the options are not there. And of course, we need to accelerate adaptation. And of course, there are wider benefits of adaptation, some of which relate to the SDGs, including, of course, improved, roads, reliable energy, clean energy, and so on and so forth that come with that. Perhaps if you can rush to the last slide, or next to last slide, which I want to just talk about. This is just showing the need to, to look at our climate. Okay, can you just stop on this one, because the previous one, this one. This is Eswatini, showing emissions trends in Eswatini, and you can actually see that in Eswatini, the industrial processes are actually the key contributors to, and energies rather, is a key contributor to emissions, followed by this forestry and land use sector, where there are a lot of emissions resulting from a number of things. But there's hope really that we can do this. It's doable. We can actually reduce the emissions, as I've highlighted. And the challenge really is to do this as fast as we can, because the window is not enough. Path forward is clear, but of course it's murky, but there are options that have been tried and tested, and fairness is one of the solutions. Again, the issue of who contributes more and so on and so forth. And the finance, this is the slide I wanted to look at, where you can see that Southern Africa, in terms of financial flows for climate change action, you can see it's very little. And of course, the finance is coming from various sectors and countries and other sources, but very little is coming into Southern Africa, which then necessitates that we do act. And then, of course, this was the launch of the NTC implementation plan. RFM has done it with that solar system, which has a capital investment of $2 million, and they are saving annually $176 million in terms of energy costs. But now, just go to the next slide. This is where I think the private sector needs to play a role. Government, working with its development partners, has come up with strategies to enhance private sector engagement in these actions. So I strongly recommend these, particularly 3 documents, because they are speaking specifically to finance and also the private sector on how the private sector can actually act. But our choices today will reverberate for the next decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years that we make today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wisdom. Sorry, you had to rush in the end there. Sorry. Okay, I think we've all got a sense now of some of the issues arising around climate change, but also towards the end of his presentation, he started identifying the solutions that are available to us in the different sectors. And there's obviously different roles, particularly the private sector, the finance sector can play in strengthening their own resilience and adaptation, as well as supporting investments in renewable energy, energy-efficient equipment, and protecting biodiversity through like the Big Five game reserve and so on. So there are still lots ahead. So now we'll just have a quick panel discussion now. I'd like to invite my panelists to come up onto the stage. First we have Mrs. Duduzile Masina. She's the Director at Meteorology. And Meteorology is the department that has been coordinating all our climate change discussions so far. Then we have Wisdom, and then we have Magova. It's from the Trade, what was it? The Trade and Development Bank. And got any other? Spiwe, where's Spiwe? Oh, Spiwe. She's the principal economist at Ministry of Economic Planning. Do we have the one online as well, I believe? Or there was, or maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, so do we have a roving, do we have mics for these people, for the panelists? Or no? It's just the one. Okay. So could I just ask each panelist just to introduce themselves briefly, what they do and how they, and answer the question that we're all kind of here for, is how do you see, as part of economic planning or the trade bank, academia and research and government, how do you see the role of the private sector and private finance in supporting the country's efforts to adapt and build forward a green economy that we're trying to achieve? So Simpiwe, if you just introduce yourself and explain a bit what the ministry's been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Like already said, I'm Simpiwe Dlamini, working for the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development as principal economist. As a ministry, and from the section that I come from, we are responsible for the coordination of the implementation of sector policies. And we do that first by producing the National Development Plan, which is the blueprint document that articulates the country's national development agenda. And we were busy with that work in the past year, 2022. It received cabinet approval in November 2022. And to do that work, we collaborated closely with the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, UNDP, the NTC Partnership, and also the UN Economic Commission for Africa. The document is already posted on the government website for those who may want to read closely. The tracking of financing is mainly the portfolio of the Ministry of Finance. But as the ministry, we work closely with the Ministry of Finance in terms of managing fiscal policy. As a Minister of Economic Planning, we are also mainly responsible for the planning and budgeting for public investment. But when it comes to financing for projects, we then talk to that closely, working with the Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. So my name is Bright Mgoa. I am from the Trade and Development Bank. The Trade and Development Bank is a COMESA bank with 25 members, including Eswatini. Now within the bank, we specialize in different lending products, and including short-term lending for trade finance and long-term funding for infrastructure projects. And what we do, we don't compete with the commercial banks, but we help their efforts and fill in the gaps where they cannot, for example, invest for long tenors. And as a bank as well, we've been moving a journey to have a climate finance policy statement, and that was approved by the board during the course of first quarter this year. Now, as part of that process, we also engaging member states. So it's good that all these efforts are being made by the different arms of government. And what we intend then to do is to understand in more detail how Eswatini as a country is implementing the NDCs and how we as a bank can help that process in terms of the financing products that we can make available to the different private sector participants and also even the different state-owned entities. So our lending is not limited only to the private sector, but we also cover the different entities. Now, in terms of the question that has been asked, as a bank, what we're trying to do is to position ourselves where we can find opportunities to invest in. And as he was explaining, what you notice is that the adaptation programs, they are more driven by the need to fill a gap, but they are not necessarily profitable from a financial standpoint. But what we then need to do is to find ways to make those projects maybe through PPPs or PPPs frameworks to make them viable from a financial standpoint so that banks, including ourselves, can also be part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Duduzile Nhlenge Thomasina. I am with the Meteorological Service, where we also coordinate climate action in the country, and we're under the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. From my end, I think a lot of what we do has already been highlighted indirectly in the preceding presentation. In addition to all that, we are working with a lot of stakeholders, including the Ministry of Economic Planning, the Ministry of Finance, and other ministries that are affected by climate change to work on what needs to be done on the climate program. We have a Green Climate Fund country program that we are working on. In that country program, we had 4 projects that were on the pipeline. And it is encouraging to see work going forward in developing those proposals. One of them was being validated just last week for submission to the GCF, which is one of the biggest green finance, climate finance funds available. And that one is looking at improving the integration of mountain ecosystem to ensure that they're adapted, which is where our water comes from. But we do have other projects. I will not go into the details thereof, that we are developing 4 of them. And these projects, I think earlier on, the Honorable Minister did indicate that we have already mobilized to the tune of $8 million. But right now we are talking about projects that should have tangible action on the ground, and each of these projects are looking at about $20 million per project that we are developing. And we are very hopeful that we will indeed get these projects into the country and they will make a difference to the life of Eswatini. Saying that, the NDC is currently costed at about $1.3 billion up to 2023. And as we continue working, we are very aware that these prices might easily increase because there's inflation, and also when we develop the projects in detail, we might find that some of the elements might not have been properly costed in the initial pre-costing. And this is where we really need to all work together and make sure that the finances are available. I was just going through available information. The World Bank is saying that we will need about $1 trillion per year by 2025 and up to 2.8 trillion US dollars by 2030, just for developing countries. And this is per year to take their climate action. But currently, the GCF has approved 20. I think it just crossed the 10 billion US dollars by 2021, and this is saying, while it is the biggest available fund, it's not enough. We all need to work together, and this creates a lot of space for all of us to work. Comesa has just said that they are not competing with banks, but it's complementary, and we all have space to work. And I am really inviting all of us, including the local private sector, to ensure that we come up with financial instruments that will help us ensure that our dream of becoming a green economy and contributing towards the global net zero are fulfilled. Thank you.
Rex was not sure whether to give me the floor because I talk too much.
No, you talk good stuff.
Okay, but I think first of all, I think maybe it's really worth applauding SNG Grant Thornton for really organizing this. I think this is something that is long overdue. I think in my years of working in the environment sector, to see private sector participation at this level is something that really needs to be applauded. Oftentimes we just talk amongst ourselves. So that's really something worth applauding. Having said that, I think from academia, I think as you saw from the different graphics and maps and everything that we do, it's really what we are trying to is just to unlock the science behind this, because really you can't manage, you can't adapt, you can't mitigate if you do not know, if you don't have the figures of what exactly is happening. How do you respond accordingly? Designing adaptation programs, designing the mitigation strategies. I think this is all from informed science. The electric cars that you see outside, or the car that you saw outside, is a result of elaborate research. And oftentimes it's the private sector working with academia. In the developed world, there's a very strong link between academia and research. Because the private sector, obviously, it wants profits, it wants efficiency, and so on and so forth. So they fund some of the targeted research to say, we as the sugarcane industry, we are looking at A, B, C, D. So can we work together to conduct research, very strategic research in this area that will enable us to perform better in the marketplace? So that is the kind of collaboration that we are looking for in academia and in research. So this center that I was talking about, basically that is what we are looking for. We are looking for more of those partnerships with the private sector, so we can engage and assist even the private sector with some of the research, particularly climate-related research, that will assist the sector to respond appropriately to some of the issues of climate change. So we're focusing on both the climate change, the climate science, and the issues of adaptation and also mitigation. So that is really where we want to play a very strategic role as academia, looking at all the different aspects, what works and what doesn't work, and of course conducting all the research that is necessary. Thank you so much, Wes.
Thank you, Wisdom. I'm just wondering if anyone has a question they would like to ask any one of the panelists here. If you do, we can take a question or two. Otherwise, Simpiwe will just explain a little bit more now around how economic planning are assisting private sector and through the National Development Plan. Can you do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Rex. I'll just highlight opportunities that we see as government for private sector to contribute to climate change adaptation in our country. Our view is that private sector is the main supplier of goods and services, both in the public sector and the private sector. And because of that, we see many opportunities where they have a role to play, be it energy and water technologies, the materials that are used in the construction industry, the renewable energy space, irrigation systems in the water sector, in the agriculture sector, and also partnering with government in terms of financing some of the key projects that are highlighted in the National Development Plan. Even those that might come in future, it is important for the public sector to partner with the private sector for effective execution of the development agenda. But not only to partner for finances, but also for the purpose of sharing skills and the best way of conducting business, and also to share with government the efficiencies and the cost effectiveness of executing programs and projects that in the public sector. And then in terms of risks, we observe that currently government is facing serious financial challenges, and that is making it very difficult for government to invest more in projects, the big ones that are of national interest. And that is why we believe partnerships would also make significant contribution in terms of advancing the development agenda. But also as a risk is the subject matter being discussed today, the impact of climate change, both on existing infrastructure and also infrastructure planned for the near future. It is becoming, looking at the damages happening every year as a result of harsh climate conditions, it is becoming difficult to strike a balance between repairing what has been damaged and also the consideration to invest in new development projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Simpiwe. And then maybe we'll just take one question now for Comesa. How does our private sector, Eswatini, how do they access your investment finance opportunities? Is there a formalized route, or and what kind of opportunities could they have?
Thank you. So, as I mentioned, we give or we provide long-term financing up to tenors of 15 years, and in some cases longer than that. And in addition to that, we also provide short-term financing in the form of trade finance facilities that are under 3 years. Now, for the clients, the spectrum of our clients, it can be an individual entity, and it could also be an SOE. It could also be a government itself. So we also offer sovereign loans to governments. Now, what I had not explained is that we are a dollar lender. So most of our loans will be in dollars. But what we have been seeing more of is that there is a need to provide local currency financing. However, that has worked in some economies, but we're still working on it in other economies. And the nature and extent of how that will work out will actually then depend on the place that we are operating in. But otherwise, we provide dollar financing. Now, I just want to explain a bit further in terms of how customers can get to us and how we can then provide the lending. So the typical process is that we get information from the client, we assess, and then there's a requirement for project finance transactions that you would have 30% in equity, and then the bank would provide 70%. Where the projects are too big, we also work with other DFIs, for example, the African Development Bank. We work with the African Finance Corporation. We also work with other institutions on larger ticket sizes. And there's a process to it for clients to ultimately then receive the financing, depending on the complexity of the transaction. It can be anything from 9 months, but sometimes it can be more than that. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is the issue of a risk that is there in the transactions. So one of the most important things that we see to have a successful financing package is to reduce the risk, the risk of investing in a project. For example, in the case of a power project, that could be a regulatory environment which will be improved, and it could be that the off-taker understands better in terms of the financial risks. It could be how the actual contracts are structured that will help us as a bank to provide the necessary financing. So you find in some cases, for example, PPAs are structured with a dollar tariff, but then the actual payments would be in local currency. And depending on the environment, what we see is that it's harder to then convert the local currency, although it's linked to the dollar, to then convert it to become dollar again for repatriation to make the repayments. And if the conducive environment can be created, it will help a lot to enable financiers to provide additional financing in the space of climate finance.
Right, thank you very much. I think that helps give some confidence to borrowers that there is facilities around that they can, or regional facilities for us to access to. I think we have to cut it off now. There's the next presentation is waiting online apparently. So I'd like to thank my presenter, Dr. Dlamini, for his context-setting presentation that hopefully sets the scene for the next couple of days. I'd like to thank Dudu just for explaining what's been going on our climate change planning, for the Investment, Trade and Development Bank, and for MEPD's words as well. So a round of applause for our panelists and presenters, and thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues, for the presentation. Can we just give them another round of applause? Dr. Wisdom usithole kahle besingekho ku-lecture room la. Sesibadzala. Next time bosilungisela presentation lengangathi. But I think it's been very self-explanatory. We are looking at so many, actually almost all the sectors within the economy.
I know some of us are so interested on the energy sector. Some are interested in agriculture, but we've realized there's also biodiversity and a lot more. There's health, there's education, so each one of us is very relevant. You just pick whatever part of the elephant that you want, and we start skinning it. The next presentation, can I request that? I see we still have a lot of energy and a bit of appetite and a little bit of patience. Is that analogy true? Can I request that we quickly jump into the second session? The next session, moderator, presenter, panelists have promised me they will keep time. We now know, don't gudluta. We are already clean. We've washed enough. So we don't need any pumice stone on our bodies anymore. So can they quickly come up for the second presentation? We will have our lunch by 1:30. And I request that I try and give us a bit of orderly directives on how we're going to have lunch. Singaze sithelane ngabokhari. Ngicela nisukume. Session 2 is on green bonds, which is actually introducing the very subject matter of why we are here. What is a green bond? What makes it different from a treasury bond or a government bond? How are we going to do? Moderator, where are you? Ngidawucela lesinye slight modification. We have a presenter from Egypt who is with us. Okay. So moderator, where are you?
Good afternoon, colleagues and affiliates. My name is Ngamso Njalinjali, representing the Eswatini Stock Exchange. We are talking techniques now. I'm trying to clear for the screen because our presenter is online and she'll be dropping off quickly at 1 o'clock. So the program director is opposite in that we'll be moving at a high pace. I will request that the panelists come up after the presentation because we need to contend with the screen. Thank you.
Checking if you can hear me, and I'm not getting any response. Also, can you see my screen? I actually have some music playing in the background from your side, so I'm not sure. Our global strategic plan, we see very much financing as an accelerator for all of the work that we're doing around the SDGs in poverty reduction, inequality, improving governance, building resilience, protecting the environment, increasing access to energy and gender equality. So finance is the enabler. And it is from that perspective that the SDG, the Sustainable Finance Hub, has been established. And within the hub, we have a number of offers that help to drive finance, climate finance, public finance, private finance, and both domestic and international finance towards achieving the SDGs. So the offers that we have are around public finance for the SDGs, unlocking private capital for the SDGs, and I think this is where this conversation intersects between those two first offers, because public stakeholders can actually leverage their green bond as a fiscal instrument that unlocks private capital from the market in order to achieve certain SDG outcomes. And in this particular case, we're looking at green outcomes and green bonds. We have another offer which is around SDG impact management and other offers around the integrated national financing framework, but I won't go in depth in that. I'll take now a deep dive into the green bond storyline. What we have seen since before the COVID pandemic has been an exponential rise in the issuance of green and sustainability linked, or what we are now terming really in a bucket as thematic bonds. So green, social and sustainability bonds have taken an increase over the past few years. We're seeing a lot of new financing instruments like transition finance as well, but the green bond market has really been growing and rising. And yet, despite that, there are a number of challenges. I'll be skipping a few slides because I know our time is a bit limited. One of the potential benefits of a scale-up of access to climate finance, especially through green bonds, is that the bond can allow you to tap into an additional source of finance, to look at a diversification or a diverse range of investors. From the traditional investors, there are a number of green investors that are very keen to put money into this financing instrument. And often we are finding that green bond issuance tends to be oversubscribed. It's a suitable instrument for long-term financing, especially if we're looking at some of the climate change resilience and infrastructure investments that are necessary. And you heard in the earlier presentation all the number of things that need to be invested in order for us to build climate resilience. There's opportunity for reducing the cost of borrowing through a potential premium. However, this is driven by the market and it depends on sort of the structuring of the bond and the extent to which the timing with which you issue it. It is also an excellent mechanism for communicating a government's ambitions around your climate targets, your NDCs, and makes a very strong political statement in terms of your objective and the reputation in terms of your objectives to achieve the NDC targets that you have set. The challenge that we find, though, is that within the African context, if we look at, for example, and I'll just go back 2 slides, the growing number of SDG bonds and green bonds that have been issued, Africa only accesses 0.077% of the green bond issuance, and this is the 2021. And often, because of the credit rating that we have, we tend to get a little bit of some additional challenges in terms of the high cost of capital. And there are several barriers in terms of leveraging the potential of green bond markets for the African continent. But all of these can be addressed, and I'll come back to that towards the end of my presentation. But some of the challenges that we have are around domestic policy environment, where there's a limited integration of climate risks and opportunities into investment decision making. We're seeing that a lot of it really has to do with awareness raising, and you'll hear a little bit more from the stock exchanges and etc. about the work that's been happening in Eswatini to try and build that awareness and recognition that the stock exchange can play a very strong role in the issuance of green bonds. Some of the challenges we're seeing is the availability of a green climate resilient pipeline of bankable projects. And while we might look at green projects from a climate resilience perspective, it's really important to see from an investment perspective as well, and structuring the projects in a way that investors are willing to utilize this financing instrument. We're also seeing that domestic capital markets often require some training and capacity building, and also within the financial institutions to issue green bonds, because there are some requirements with issuing a thematic or green bond as opposed to what we term a vanilla bond, and I'll come back to some of those aspects. So from UNDP's side, we do have other concerns beyond just the market-related issues, but recognizing that in many of the countries that we support across Africa, a green bond is a debt instrument, and we need to be careful about launching such an instrument within the context of a difficult COVID recovery and within the context of high indebtedness. However, for countries that do have some of this fiscal space and that do have the markets ready for this, we're able to provide a tool to help to assess the goodness of fit for the issuance of thematic bonds. We look at the strength of the thematic focus, we look at your overall debt sustainability framework and the debt management framework that you have, and the institutional capacity to manage a thematic bond issuance. And if the outlook looks good, then we can move into the actual issuance. And what does an actual issuance look like, and what would be required, and what sort of support can UNDP provide for the issuance itself? And in often cases, we see ourselves working very closely with governments, in the case of sovereign green bonds, as well as with corporates who want to go into this direction. We help you to develop the thematic bond framework, which is really almost the marketing tool for this instrument, and making sure that it aligns with your national policies and priorities, your NDC targets, but also aligning with impact standards for bond issuance. We also provide support to identify the eligible budget items if it's a sovereign bond, or the pipeline of projects. And often in a sovereign bond, we would normally support to identify the portfolio projects that government has within its national budgeting process, and help you to set in place the project selection process, and making sure that the projects that you are selecting align with your framework and the use of proceeds. We then come in to monitor and report on the allocation of proceeds and your impact report, which is required with every bond issuance on an annual basis. I'll show you a schematic of the same kind of support, which really outlines the overall steps to issuing a green bond and our role within it. I think it's important to note that with every issuance, there's a need for a strong financial institution that can either underwrite the bond, or that can do the book building in terms of taking the bond, structuring it and taking it to the market. But if you look at the process here, it starts off with an engagement with government stakeholders, making sure that there's an agreement of the type of bond that you wish to issue. We then establish the green bond framework. And as I said before, the framework is really a very light document that outlines the use of proceeds, the criteria for eligibility for the use of those proceeds, and the monitoring and reporting framework that you are likely going to have. We support in identifying the eligible budget items, as I said, and we also support with arranging an independent external review of the framework, because every green bond must have that verification and certification process that allows us to be clear that the instrument itself is actually green and there's no greenwashing going on. And this is sort of a second opinion issuer that is critical for this process. And you'll again have a verifier at the end of the first cycle, which is more of an audit process, so you can double check where the proceeds of the bond went. When it comes to the issuance of the bond itself at step 5, we do work very closely with a a partner issuer, which is usually a financial institution, a bank, or something of that nature, to issue the green bond itself. And then we come back as UNDP to support with the monitoring and reporting of the bond itself. And then the cycle repeats itself over the tenure and the years that the bond is in operation, in terms of the annual reporting at least, unless you choose to do several issuances within the same sort of bond program. Now, some of the challenges that we're seeing across the countries that we're supporting are the fact that we tend to have line ministries who have projects that are eligible for the green bond issues but are unfamiliar with the indicators and the parameters that need to be measured in order for it to report back in the monitoring and reporting framework. We also find that there are tweaks that you need to make within your national budgeting frameworks and within the National Chart of Accounts in order to be able to trace and track the allocation of the processes themselves. So there are some broader reforms that might need to be done at the same time. Of course, for a corporate bond, that will not be the same. You already have a very strong monitoring business reporting structure, and it's easy to trace the use of proceeds if it's a corporate bond. There's been some recent successes. UNDP has been very involved in the bond issuance in Uruguay that happened last year in October. Particularly, this issuance was a sustainability-linked bond, which was linking the interest rate for the bond to whether or not the government could maintain indicators and could show a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and a preservation of the natural forest. So the exchange the coupon rate or the interest rate for repayment as adapted and adjusted at certain milestones. And so UNDP will be working with the government of Uruguay to be the verifier of these KPIs. In Indonesia, we've been very involved from the very first green sukuk issuance, which is a green Islamic bond. We've been involved with them since 2018, and we've run a series of bond issuances with them, and the latest one was, of course, September 2021, which was an SDG bond, because of the need to raise capital for the COVID recovery. The government felt that bond issuance that covered other social aspects, along with the green, was also critical. I'd like to sort of conclude. I mean, there have been other successes in China, in China, Uzbekistan, as well as with the BRICS Bank. But I wanted to conclude by just sharing with you that if you recall at the beginning of my presentation, I spoke about some of the challenges, particularly on the African continent, with the launch and the issuance of these debt instruments. UNDP and the European Investment Banks are supporting governments to design and establish a green resilience debt platform for Africa and LDCs. And we are in the process of finalizing this design and looking at some pilot countries. The target of this support is to help countries with the capacity building that's required to design and develop their green bonds, to assess the readiness of it, and to also look at targeting sectors that are not commonly targeted by the normal green bond issuances, which are often very mitigation focused. And so we want to target sectors around adaptation, again in deference to the COVID recovery efforts that are still ongoing, so looking at health, food and water, and so on, but also still with some components around energy access and low emissions transport. The facility will look at specifically supporting countries to improve the enabling environment, enabling climate risk-informed investment environment, working on the gap analysis that is required for you to understand the pipeline of bankable projects that might emerge for your green bond to take flight. Also, we're looking at strengthening domestic green bond and debt ecosystems and institutions, looking at supporting the green debt capital market, looking at bond regulations and guidelines on, that the stock exchanges might want to issue, looking at supporting some of that certification, monitoring and reporting work, and actually making sure that we have the right anchor investments in place. This has been quite a fast presentation, and it's primarily because unfortunately I've been informed I should keep my presentation a little bit shorter, and also because I need to unfortunately get a plan for my next meeting and we're running a little bit behind. But I wanted to just leave you with the thought that the direction towards issuing green bonds is one that makes a lot of sense within a broader debt management process. It's also very important to make sure that you have a robust domestic capital market that can take up some of these bonds within this, secondary markets. And also, I think, increasingly it makes sense to issue some of these bonds on the domestic market to manage some of the forex risks that come with some of these financial instruments. And as the presenter earlier this morning showed, it is an excellent instrument for raising large amounts of capital to really achieve the green targets that you would have set for yourself. So thank you very, very much. I will pause here, and I might be able to stay online for another 5 minutes before I have to jump off. So back to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean. Looking at our time, I would just like to get your thinking on one aspect before we get the next presenter online. You've mentioned your targeted sectors along the UN SDG program, and it has based most of our thinking and our plan of actions around that. When you're looking at the green financing and green bond program, would you consider us ready to start that conversation at this point? Well, she's gone. Joanna is... just shared a question with you. Did you pick that one up? So we
So actually the conversation around green and climate positions you very, very well to then address the rest of the 17 SDGs that governments are grappling with and trying to prioritize. I also think, given the presentation that we had earlier this morning, we are not at a position to, we're not in a position to be, we don't have the luxury of not addressing the green aspect of the work, because as we look forward, climate is going to hit us hard, and we need to already be preempting and adapting and, transitioning to greener economies. So it's not really an option, and I think there's enough support to help governments to really address these issues effectively going forward. So I'll pause there. I know there's another panelist speaking after me, but I hope that gives a little bit of a positive spin to the question that came through. Thank you.
It sure does. Thank you so much, Joan. We'll allow you to drop off for your next commitment. We have Cecilia. I will not attempt to pronounce her surname. You know those Scandinavians, say your
You may
name.
need to unmute and talk out here anything.
Oh. No, I was at the tail end of your contribution. Will allow you to log off, and we get Cecilia to join and give us her short take to set the tone, and then we'll take the panelists who are in the room and drive us to 1:30. Thank you for your contributions, Joan, and we hope to interact in the future with you. Yes, Vimar, you're here. Are you taking Cecilia's presentation?
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have a presentation, but I just wanted to emphasize on the green financing aspect that John has introduced just a few minutes ago. I would like to especially talk about the opportunities that exist in green financing, especially in Eswatini. As we all know that African governments, including Eswatini, are looking for sustainable capital which is patient and intentional to drive environmental impacts within our countries, and also those will eventually create better jobs within the country. So one of the opportunities that comes with green financing in this case is you have access to a wider pool of capital. And here it is not only about international capital, which is paid towards sustainable development or sustainable finance, but also pension funds within the global context who are keen on products or investments with a sustainability angle. So for example, pension funds have now included ESG or sustainable considerations in the investment policy statements. So there is a wider pool of capital which is available, and we have seen globally that all green bond issuances have been fully and oversubscribed in all markets, which is again a very good indication of the demand that exists for such kind of investments. I think the second opportunity I would like to also mention here is, compared to normal conventional government bonds or conventional corporate bonds, green bonds or sustainable bonds have environmental benefits tied with returns. So yes, as an investor, you will still get your returns, but at the same time, such capital is going to be used for projects which are environmentally friendly, and this is going to help not only the local citizens of Eswatini, but overall African continent as well. So this way we are actually getting double benefits compared to just returns which we get in normal conventional instruments. With this, there is also good profile raising. In Africa we have a few issuances, and our sizes are relatively smaller compared to the global markets. But there are also opportunities of cross-listing in international markets. I would like to give an example of Kenya, where it had its first green bond issuance in 2019, which was listed on the Kenyan Stock Exchange and then cross-listed on the London Stock Exchange. And this really raises the profile of the issuer, because when the issuer came back after about 16 months to our market again to raise a green real estate investment trust, their book building process took really short time, and they got the capital very quickly. So with that international profile raising, there is easy access to capital that might not have been available before using conventional instruments. It also helps in better transparency and governance. We have seen issues previously in some of the markets where there are concerns about where the capital is actually going to be used. With green or sustainable bonds, there is actually a framework which is developed by the issuer, and it identifies the use of proceeds, where the capital is going to be invested in. And this makes it very easier for investors to know whether their funds are being utilized in the correct way, or are they being, for other uses which are not initially the intent of the issuance. And this helps because there's also a requirement to have an annual reporting. So any issuer who does a green bond or a sustainable bond, they have to provide a post issuance impact report after 1 year, and it is recommended for them to showcase, what the impacts have been maybe in the 12 months, where the funds have been utilized. So this gives a lot of confidence to investors, especially those who are investing in such kind of instruments, to see that their capital that they provided is actually being used for environmental benefits, and it's not being misused, and also they are going to be getting returns out of that. One key important point I would also like to mention is that when there are such green bonds or sustainable bonds issued in the market where capital is being raised, it's very easy, of course after due diligence, to attract anchor investors who can take up to 20% of the total issuance size. And this gives a lot of confidence to other investors. So there's a high likelihood of crowding in other investors in the similar space to attract that capital for the issuance. So, having an anchor investor can go a long way, and also it makes it easier for the building process when the capital is being raised. There are also possibilities of better credit enhancements, and we have seen this in a couple of markets. So for example, you can have partial guarantees on initial capital invested. You can also have guarantees on coupon payments, depending on the sector. So for example, in the affordable housing sector, maybe for 2 years or so while the construction is being done. To avoid that cash flow risk, guarantors can actually provide investors with a coupon guarantee for those 2 years before the third year, when now the issuer can actually start paying. So this gives also a lot of confidence to investors to ensure that their money is not lost and they are actually going to get their money back, but also to the issuer, for those who don't have initial cash flows on certain types of projects that they would like to take on, they have that guarantee from the guarantor that who will be servicing the coupon payments. And then last thing I would just like to also mention is that there is a lot of ownership by the local institutions and even at the country level. So for example, when there is that ownership locally, we can actually drive more capital into that market, so investment flows can come into those markets, and also countries can benchmark against their neighbors, because they are also looking at similar kind of projects within the country, whether it's in the agricultural space, affordable housing, you name it, the sector that might be relevant in the country. It helps in benchmarking on an African and global context as well, and this also helps from a pricing perspective. Of course, most pension funds have a sweet spot looking at the 5 to 7 year tenure, but there are also opportunities to raise capital or sustainable capital for longer term maturities for such kind of issuances. So that's it from my end in terms of the opportunities. I don't know if there are any questions. Otherwise, I would maybe request the moderator to ask the next presenter to come on board.
Thank you, Vimal. Before you also drop off, I understand you also have other commitments post 1 p.m. We were hoping to leverage your experience in terms of capital markets, investments and regulatory frameworks around the areas that you've interacted with. What would be your overview of the right policy stance on the financing side in terms of regulatory requirements that national regulators should consider? Did you get that? My take was, since you will be leaving us as well, tapping into your capital market specialist areas and your advisory role that you've played for FSD Africa and your previous partners, what would be your recommended policy stance in terms of regulatory frameworks to guide the uptake of green bonds in our jurisdictions?
Good question. So I think one of the things I would really like to recommend and encourage African countries, especially Eswatini, to take on board is to have incentives set up in the marketplace to drive such kind of capital into the market, and also have sustainable or green guidelines, which we have already developed. We have partnered with COSE, and we have developed SADC sustainable green and bond guidelines, which any SADC country can actually use to have the issuances. And I would like to give the example of the incentives here. Is, for example, in Kenya, we were successful to convince the government and the parliament to pass tax incentives on green issuances. So these are actually tax exempt in Kenya, which means it is both a benefit to the issuer and also to the investor, because the investor is now able to earn higher returns which are tax-free or tax exempt, and at the same time the issuer is also able to attract investors because of that benefit that is present. So that is one of the incentives that can drive green bond issuances in the market. But also from a fiscal incentives perspective, I think Eswatini has a lot of natural assets, or Africa generally, and these assets can actually be used to bring in capital into the respective markets, either through public issuances, which is through the capital markets, but also private issuances can really go a long way. And there has to be champions who are driving this in country. So for example, it can be the Ministry of Environment or the Ministry of Finance or even the corporate sector. If they are championing such kind of issuances like green bonds or sustainable bonds, even on the regulatory space, then there is going to be really a lot of attention and profile raising within the country, which is also going to drive issuances. Encouraging local corporate firms to go the green or sustainable way is really key compared to the normal conventional way. And this is also going to attract more capital that maybe they might not have access to before. So can be recommended in the market.
Thank you, Vimo. As we get ready for the next presenter, I wonder if we can get a question from the floor. FSRA were known to command militancy, so we easily get carried away. Vimal, just wait a few seconds for. Seems like he gets the questions when we are close to the PA system. Disrespect to the elders. I have the license to operate today.
Thanks. My question was just with the green bonds, what is the security that they take the bond against? Is it on the project, or what is the bond actually registered against?
You got it, The question was around security for green bonds. Where does that come from?
The asset which should be go under the green bond issuance, then that issuance cannot really happen. So the fact that there is a rigorous process before the issuance can actually happen, where the issuer has to show the assets or the underlying green projects that will go into the issuance and whether they meet the criteria depending on the sector, that is already one kind of security. Obviously, from a regulatory or guideline perspective, there is going to be oversight and supervision. But if you're talking about the security in terms of investors getting their financial investment back, that one is just similar to other normal conventional bonds. So people are investing, in this case, not just for the return, but also for the environmental benefits. We haven't seen any defaults yet in the sustainable or green bond markets, and I doubt there will be any in the future unless the environment changes globally. But also guarantors can provide security. As I mentioned, it can be either partial guarantee for the initial principal that has been invested. We haven't seen any sovereign guarantees. These are hard to come by given most sovereigns are struggling with finances and capital, but that's what I would like to say in terms of the security of the instrument. It's also on the governance of the corporate issuer and the general transparency of the green bond that is brought to market.
Lovely. Thank you, Vimal. We'll proceed now to the next presentation from Cecilia.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you virtually. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Cecilia Pierborn-Morai. Same organization as Vimal Parmar, who just spoke now, Financial Sector Deepening Africa. And here today just to flag what Vimal mentioned about the SADC Green Bond Program. That is a technical support program that is available in partnership with the Commission of SADC Stock Exchanges, which indeed Eswatini Stock Exchange is a member of. And so I think because a lot of the slides I was going to present have been covered, I don't want to delay the session further, but just to really emphasize that this is a support program that can partner with the sovereign, corporates, and the sub-sovereign, infrastructure, SPV, special purpose vehicles for green and sustainable bond issuances. So this is a new instrument which has a lot of benefits, as we have heard, for both issuers and investors and for issuing governments. And but because it's a new instrument, there's a lot of things that we don't know in terms of how to proceed, identify projects, do the green bond framework, bring in the independent verifiers. And so the FSD Africa COSE program can provide support, work hand in hand with the potential issuer to take all those steps, including actually paying for the independent review that is required according to international best practice when issuing a green or other sustainable theme bond. So I think I will just leave you with that. I work alongside Vimal Parmar. We are based in Kenya. And we regret that we were not able to join you in person at the last minute, but we hope to have the honor of receiving another invitation in the near future. Thank you so much. We will stay online to take any questions.
Thank you, Cecilia. I'm scanning to see if we can have some reflections from FSD Africa. They've really touched the breadth of our continent on these issues. My time is, I have a hard close for 1:30. In the absence of any reflections, may I request another panelist who is also online. I believe she's in Cape Town or Pretoria, representing an office sustainability network that is supported by the International Financial Corporation. Ms. Louise Gardner, I hope you can hear us and maybe also beam your face for the benefit of this room.
Thank you so much, and I'm trying to activate the camera there. That should work. And I also want to say it's very nice to follow Cecilia. Cecilia and I have worked many times over the last decade on sustainable finance, particularly in South Africa. So good morning or good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to represent IFC and the World Bank Group in these discussions. I want to note that there will be a World Bank delegation visiting Eswatini in the coming weeks, and it's a great opportunity to engage them in this particular journey and how the World Bank can support, particularly on the sovereign bond side, but potentially looking at other types of financial sector development that can feed into your green and sustainability-focused finance initiatives. Much of what I was going to say is also covered very well by the various presentations. So I work for an initiative called the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network. SBFN is a learning platform for financial sector regulators and banking associations across emerging markets that are building the sustainable finance architecture to enable better risk management in the financial sector and therefore increase financial stability, as well as creating the markets for new sustainability-focused financial instruments like green, social and sustainability bonds and sustainability-linked loans, which, as you know, is a trend that is growing very rapidly. The Secretariat for the SBFN is hosted by IFC. Because IFC is a leader in, as an investor in the green, social and sustainability bond space, so IFC has a tremendous amount of expertise there and does work to support issuers in emerging markets, so private sector issuers. And in addition, IFC does also provide the capacity building very similar to what Cecilia was mentioning, in terms of helping issuers come to market, sometimes offsetting the costs of second-party opinions, and working very closely with the World Bank Group in terms of enabling environment. What we've learned through those engagements and through research that we've done through the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network is it is very important to put in place the financial sector architecture, as Vimal was talking, having green, social and sustainability bond guidelines. It's something that SBFN countries have increasingly done over the last 5 to 6 years, and it makes a significant difference in terms of building the credibility of the bonds that come to market, providing clarity to the issuers on what standards they need to follow. And the other interesting trend that we've been following is the use of taxonomies to provide clarity on what's important at a national level. And green finance or social finance taxonomies can be very complex, or they could be very simple, but it's an important way for national policymakers to send a signal for the type of green and social investments you think are needed for your country. So I'm going to stop there and I welcome any questions for further elaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Competing with the lunch hour, though, is much better than the graveyard shift. You will pardon us, Louise. So we're just quickly moving so that we are able to observe the time protocols. I will invite 2 gentlemen. One moves the economy in the kingdom. When the PSPF says something, I'm privileged that I work, my offices are lettered by, he's the landlord. So I see the people who move up the lift for meetings with PSPF, serious investors. The CEO, Mr. Masocha B.V. Lagati, will be representing the institutional investors. The listed counters we have on our exchange, they've got significant participation. The next one represents the Market Development Committee of the exchange, Mr. Mtutuzi Mtsetwa. Hey, 16V. But you said in your profile you are a Swallows fanatic. So in my head I have the greatest midfielder the country has ever produced. Yet this one is a legend in debt markets. He has worked all his life, most of his life with the Central Bank of Eswatini, a player in our local stock exchange, of which today we are grateful to SNG for showcasing. We always say stock market, today we are live and we are trading. Unfortunately, we keep having technical glitches on our online platforms. But this gentleman on my far left, I'm tempted to ask a lot of fiscal directed challenges, but we had a brief that I just keep it on stock market. A phenomena. You've run, Mr. Mtetwa, a larger program on the government sourcing for finance. We hear in the news as well of a sovereign listing across our borders. What are our opportunities and the possibilities of trading on green bonds in our space?
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon to all of us in this room. Yes, we are an agent for government in raising debt in the domestic and also in the external market. This type of venture or instrument or green bond could indeed be beneficial for our economy, not only in the form of maybe making our economy green, but also in bringing up foreign investment, which could assist in bringing up or building our reserves, which are much needed to sustain even our currency peg with the South African market. And the central bank, through government, is now listing a program at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which will then assist us as a country to get a wider wider investors who might be interested in investing in such instruments. And we have noticed that green financing is key these days, and most investors are more comfortable to see where their funds will be utilized. So in this space of green financing, it's not only benefiting the economy, but also an opportunity for investors to participate in such an endeavor. So as a government agent, we have created platforms that are very much conducive towards investing in such instruments, and the country has been rated, which is one of the requirements, so that investors can be able to price in the risk that is inherent to such an issuance. So our rating is currently B3, and I think with the issuance of this green financing, it will help us improve in the areas whereby we can be in a position now to upgrade or uplift our rating, because these green bonds are mainly meant to focus on specific projects. So if we want to benefit from that, it means we have to improve on our regulatory framework as well, so that we are able to source so many funds in the international market and also in the local market. And the good thing is that if we source the funds in the local market, our debt obligation will be in the local currency. So it means there's no risk of foreign exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mtetwa. Mr. Vilagat, you have 3 minutes. I command. You have participated in our domestic markets across telecoms, private equity to some extent, agriculture, manufacturing, and even the hospitality sector. we haven't had much investor activism around stopping certain investment and redirecting them to climate-friendly initiatives. What would be your take? What are the conversations in your investment committees at this point with this global discussion point?
All right. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Nchalenchale, and good afternoon to all of us. I hope we are having a good time. I think but I think from what I heard from the Dr. who was presenting here, I think the presentation was very detailed and it was quite scary. So clearly, I don't believe it's a question of wanting to play a role in the thing. Rather, it is a must. We just all have to play our part. I believe all of us in this room have a role to play in the Green Initiative. You look back, I think we reviewed our investment policy, I think Musana Njaubakonala, it should be 3.5 years ago. And when we reviewed the investment policy at PSPF, we took ESG issues into consideration. So clearly from long ago, even though it was not part of the policy per se or part of our assessment process, the ESG issues were already there, but passively. You will appreciate that in all our investments that at least that are in this country, we don't have those that are anti-green, if one were to start there. I think we are now in the process of looking at other investments, not just Montigny. We know that we know that Montigny is green. Thank you. So we are in the process of looking at a hydro power station, and we are also in conversations for a solar plant. So we believe those are quite great. They are probably as green as we can get. We are not participants in the coal industry for now, and I think it has not been our intention to go there. Not just because of the green and other issues, but passively from the past. Any proposal for investment that we have, it must go through the ESG processes as well, just for us to look at and actually see whether it fits or not. I believe that's the most important thing, and the board is quite particular with those kinds of issues. We do get problems because when you make an assessment, all the things look good until you actually get there. And then you start having the social issues, the governance issues and stuff like that. But it is the issues that we look at any point we invest. So like I said, ESG issues are a policy matter, and we do follow up on that. Our representation in these boards, we always have to get response or rather feedback as to what those social issues are, and are they being attended to, and are they being resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilagati. You've covered. The one is tempted that our neighbors are endlessly stage 7, stage 9, load shedding. That language is still unfamiliar to us, but we understand 2025 is hitting. They have postponed the decommissioning of some of their coal-powered stations. We have Lupo coming up, yet PSPF is not willing to participate. The regulator will look at that very interestingly going forward. Mr. Mtsetwa, just a parting shot as we are about to conclude. I'm going to put you on the spot in terms of your understanding of regulation of such bonds. We've touched a bit on tax incentives that would prop up and create interest. On the central bank side, would you consider, or well, not, will hold you to your promises, but what's your take on priority lending arrangements? I'm pitting you against a shade of bank next to you. In some instances, they've lended directly to market, and the banks are still trying to have a conversation around that with their regulator. Priority lending requirements to say you direct to these areas and you get certain credits or a pat on the shoulder, interest rate subsidies or preferential undertakings by the regulator. Are those possible in our conversations, or they are still far ahead?
Thank you very much, Program Moderator. In the current space where we are issuing government bonds, we do not tax. So the tax incentive is already there. So it will benefit a number of investors who are interested in investing in this type of instrument.
I think I think because you actually, well, you didn't say, but you almost. No, okay. The pension funds are generally not lending institutions, and PSPF is not a lending institution. We normally lend to the lenders. And we have to lend to Swazi Bank, we have to lend to the micro lenders, we have to, because those are the people that then get to the people. But there will be instances, because as a pension fund, we are not a lender, but we are an investor. So there will be instances where we are invested. I will use Montigny because Montigny, I saw the representatives here. It's better when they are here than for them to hear that I was saying something. So when you invest in Montigny, for instance, and then Montigny requires further funding in the form of a loan, it becomes easy because you are already in there. So it's more like a shareholder loan. We do try to shy away from the direct lending into corporates that we are not necessarily part of. But yes, we have in the past did, sort of lend direct.
Okay. For a moment, I thought you can come through, Mr. Nkabini, for the benefit of the audio. He's very impartial as an auditor.
Yeah, I hope based on this question, I won't lose the audits, guys. I'm really looking forward to seeing, I think, the document from, especially on PSPF, your ESG document. I'm really looking forward. I say that because as a market committee, the gentleman next to you, we have just developed an ESG guideline for the ESE, which can be used as a model for that. So, but the question is, on your mandate, and when we talk about this green funding, we sometimes forget there's also the issue of gender bonds, whereby we look at the impoverished communities within our society. For instance, the discussion goes to how are we as PSPF, for instance, or other lenders, other pension funds, influencing the financing of those such as women empowerment, people with disabilities, and also the biggest issue in our society currently is the issue of youth funding and youth empowerment and youth projects within the economy. How are we doing that? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for that question. In fact, the central bank is working towards coming up with a retail bond which will cater for the marginalized groups. And we are almost closer to to coming up with the program. We are just sorting some minor logistics with regards to systems, of which already we do have an ATS system, which is an auto trading system, which sits with the stock exchange, and tests have been made in terms of the integration of the system with the Central Securities Depository System. So these retail bonds, the way they will be issued will be like, they won't have those characteristics of a bond which are quite complex for individuals. It will be like a term deposit. They won't be issued at a discount or at a premium, but individuals will easily come in or out of the market whenever they want to place funds. And the modality that we are planning to introduce is the mobile system, where people can be able to invest using their gadgets, so that we are able to source those funds. And the funds are also earmarked to help develop our local economy, maybe through financing of dipping tanks or dams, whatsoever. But it will depend on the magnitude or the amount of funds that we receive in the local market. So the marginalized group will be well catered for once we roll this retail bond to the market. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think, from our side, PSPF is a social security. We are already catering for the marginalized. True to that, because what we offer is comfort that when the PS retires, he can live a comfortable life thereafter. And that is what we do. It's our role. So when then it comes to the other sectors or the other areas, the other groups that are impoverished, what we often do, or at least what we often have, because we also operate on a shoestring budget, you will understand that, Mr. Ngumalo, yes, Mr. Njaljala, because the assets are so much, doesn't mean that the budget that you have on an annual basis is as much as well. So we do have our programs. I think the UN representative was here, and we have participated in the youth program that was being launched, I think, in a few weeks ago. So generally, we know that our members look after a various number of people behind them. So our job, therefore, is to make sure that the fund is sustainable and the fund can be able to maintain and manage its own liabilities over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Velagati. Colleagues, I would like to close here. I've eaten 15 minutes into my allocated time. My appreciation goes to the panelists. We had hoped to keep to the program as it was laid out, to get more input from yourselves and more reflections. It's not every day that you see the money man in front of you dishing out deals and lovely transactions. Mr. Mtsetwa, who sits and chairs the ESE Market Committee, is spearheading, and I was just thinking that there could be an opportunity for a relaunch of the exchange in appreciating the developments and the strides that it has taken We call the exchange a 30-something-year-old baby, yet it is not yet known above board. So we appreciate your contributions there, and I've seen a number of the market committee members across the audience. We are always being guided as an exchange, and we appreciate that as well. Madam Program Director, with the Bishop in front of me, I am tempted to speak in tongues. So let me.
Only after we have refueled. Thank you, colleagues. It's been a very long morning, and thank you to our panelists and moderator. Can we give them a round of applause? An extension of it for ourselves. With that, may I request that we all go and have lunch? Lunch is served at the main restaurant. But that said, ngicela si alawe the high table, or those that are carrying orange. I'm so terrible with colors. It's either orange or yellow. Those are the ones that I would request they leave the room first to go and eat. It's the same food, but we're just allowing for protocol. So we will go to the main restaurant, and then the rest of us, no rush. We allow those that are carrying, they might be a bit slow, because with authority, there is pace. So don't rush me. I might be a bit slow, but I have to get there first and dish first. So get your card by the door as you leave. We have colleagues who are helping with issuing coupons so that the rest of us can eat, but it's just to respect for that protocol. Okay. Thank you very much. We return at 2:30. And I request the moderator for the coming session and the panelists to be here by 2:30, because we will start. Whether some of us are still eating or not eating, we will start. Thank you.
ngiside awusidombani moya wami ukhasathekile inhliziyo yami siyabalisa ngicela ngiside awusidombani ngihambe ngizowe ngihambe ngizowe shilomba azikwami ngihambe ngizowe ngihambe ngizowe shilomba azikwami benzawo ihambile benzawo ihambile benzawo ihambile benzawo ihambile ngisuka le madrobheni ngiyongibala isinzawo yami lapha le ndzawo lena ngayishelwa ngibabeni ngikhulela lapha ekhaya ngihlusela tingoma takethi mshalo wawo angishiyeli nenatsinyela ezinye angisele ngoba ngingubangele isatijikile tindlewa tendlubelele mbabane zinwela wekhaya zindofaka kongwane sikhulo sami siyangati nendvuna yami yangati lomphakathi uyangati ngiphelapha sikhulo sami siyangati Flame yang atine lompat yang atine kuela benzawo iya benzawo iya benzawo iya
Hello? Hello? I know there's only a few of us in the room, but we had requested to have the moderator. Where's the other one? A very good afternoon, colleagues. Can I have your attention? I made a promise to myself and to my colleagues when the private sector came and said they wanted to partner with us. I said, no, we are ready to also behave like the private sector. So this is what we are doing. In the private sector, work continues 24/7. It doesn't wait for principals. Principals always come and find output. So we will start with our afternoon session for the day, which is session 3, focusing on the carbon markets. I don't know, maybe we can just allow for 2 minutes and just give ourselves the privilege of asking questions from the last 2 sessions, should there be any. Excellent. Oh. Excellent is not behaving excellent. I'm looking for someone called Excellent. Sorry. Hello. Well, I'm Trola Excellent. Excellent. Can you behave excellent?
I will from now on.
Yes. You already have the podium ready for you. Sorry? You want to ask a question? Whilst he's getting himself ready. Dear colleagues, we've already lost time. Can we not allow ourselves to lose more time so that we can break off early? And I promised ourselves Wednesday as the catch-up session. There's a question on the floor whilst Excellent is still preparing himself. I'm sure he has his panelists and his presenters ready. But before you continue, sir, let's just allow for this question.
Thank you very much. I'm Mordecai Tonga, a lawyer at SV Mdlala and Associates. I just have 2 questions that relate to the 2 presentations that took place. Now, the first one relates mainly to climate change. By 2018, about 1,400 litigation claims were witnessed worldwide. And of course, the numbers are estimated to have increased from 2018 to date. Now, I wanted to check as a country, how prepared are we mainly to deal with with legal risks that might come as a result of climate change? That's question number one. And then the second one relates to the green bonds. Now, one of the legal risks that has been identified in as far as green bonds are concerned are the inadequacies in as far as a green contractual protection for investors is concerned. And I would have loved if PSPF had attempted to answer this question. Now, as an investor or a potential investor into green bonds, are they not foreseeing any potential legal risks in as far as, you know, the witnessed inadequate green contractual protection for the investors or potential investors? Thank you.
Kutsangcele Inati to answer these questions. Are you ready, Nkosi, to answer the questions? I needed all your attention. Can I allow the two moderators to attempt answering the questions so that we are not person specific, although one of the questions was specific to pension fund?
I will moderate the question, Director. It's, you are spot on. I'm trying to get back to understand some of the developments when we had the civil commotion issues, insurance contracts, when we had COVID-inflicted business interruptions, and insurers couldn't come to the party, and it became legal considerations, and some courts in South Africa had to make some rulings. So these are potentially real issues, and maybe on the PSPF side, you would also look at it at covenant level, because these are entered into before you seal the transaction. Some would be unassumed at that point and will cover with certain clauses that should protect that. But those that end up in the courts means that they are not mitigated and that they are not anticipated. PSPF may have, probably my memory may not stretch wide in real cases, but I do want to believe that in their investment committees they have considered certain things, and maybe just one line from PSPF.
The legal side. No, yeah, I think the question posed is a pertinent thing anyway, because in any investment there could be non-performance of some sort. I remember one time when Nhlanhla issued an infrastructure bond, and we were very excited as PSPF, because we were saying, yeah, for once the central bank or government is saying they are issuing a bond for specific infrastructure. And then I think those are some of the principles of the green bond anyway. So you'll have to state what you are going to do, the processes, and what the use of the process are. And on top of that, you need to report on these things on a regular basis. And that's where we lost each other with Mr. Mteto, when the reporting didn't come back as you know. So I believe that if there are no performance issues, probably the reason why there are litigations is because they are foreign investors. You know, when you are investing in the local market, you try your best to try and manage this thing and actually get to a point where you can actually get back your investment. Otherwise, with this, there is a huge risk, because the institutional investors from elsewhere will definitely take us to court if there is some non-performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Rex, do you want to attempt? You okay?
I can't really answer specifically to the question, but I think from the presentation made by Joan on the Zoom call there's a lot of experience already out there on the green bonds. I'm sure there are lessons learned that we can take on board as we develop, or should we develop a green bond. I think the process is fairly well, it's a mature approach to raising funds. And I think when we do the green bond, it'll be done in a more consultative, inclusive way that we will all participate in to frame the legal, regulatory even framework around there to protect all the investors. But I think we just have to learn the lessons from the other countries and make sure we don't fall into obvious traps and traps that we may individually identify. So I think that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without belaboring the point, I think we welcome the questions and the responses. They may not be sufficient, but what I can say is the lawyers shall always remain with us. We will need them as we take the journey. There are so many unknowns, so don't worry, you have a job. Over to you, sir. We start session 3, which is the carbon markets. We already have Mr. Excellent from the UN, who's going to introduce himself correctly and be an excellent chap.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Excellent Hajleka. Okay, chief moderator then. My name is Excellent Hajleka. I work for UNDP at the regional office for Africa, which is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. But at the moment I'm working here at the UNDP country office, so I'll be seeing more of you in the coming months. Hello. We're going to have a discussion around carbon markets, carbon credits. I have a team of experts. Carbon markets are one way of reducing emissions. They also offer an opportunity for engagement with the private sector. And so they are one way of accessing green financing. And so we'll be looking at carbon markets as one vehicle through which we can finance our climate change action, which is urgent, as we have noticed from the presentation this morning. But this carbon is a very tricky business. Basically, you are selling something that you may not see. And you are also dealing with something that may not be transported to the buyer from the seller. So it's a very complicated kind of innovative way of making money. In my country, sometimes people supply air and they are paid. So we may be looking at that situation, but to demystify that, I'm going to have a team of experts who are going to help us to understand how these carbon markets and carbon credits can be a vehicle that helps us to achieve a transition to a low carbon economy. I have with me here a colleague from UNDP who is going to give us a presentation that's going to set the scene in terms of our discussions. So I have Robert Ondowe. He is the senior carbon markets expert. He is based at the UNDP Sustainable Hub in Pretoria, South Africa. So I'm going to invite him over the podium to come and give us this presentation that lays the foundation for the discussion this afternoon. Robert, please.
How do we work this thing? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I had actually prepared a presentation focusing specifically on Eswatini, but over lunch I realized that one of my co-presenters is actually from Eswatini, so I think I'll speak more in generalities than about Eswatini particularly. I am Robert Ondowe, Regional Carbon Market Development Expert for UNDP. I work in the 46 countries of Sub-Saharan Africa, trying to get going what we might call carbon market activation. So the first slide we have up here is speaks generally to what carbon markets are. Carbon markets originated around about 1995 when the international community developed that international treaty called the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol came up with the idea of putting a price on carbon because many of the major emitters and polluters from the developing world were hesitant to be placed under what we might call a command and control system. They prefer to let market mechanisms of price, supply, and demand dictate how best they could deal with emission reduction. So that was the origin of carbon markets. Kyoto collapsed at some point in 2009 when President Bush II unsigned the Kyoto Protocol, and so the international community went through the whole process of renegotiating a new treaty, which was the Paris Agreement. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement deals with a revamped carbon market mechanism, and that is where the whole world is kind of focused now. Interest is growing. Everyone's talking about carbon markets today. It's a rather complex issue. Like Excellent mentioned, it's not anything you can touch, it's not anything you can transport. Like he says, in his country, some people supply air and they get paid for it. A lot of that happens here also. There's what we call hot air in the carbon market. One of the big challenges when it came to defining the rule book of the Paris Agreement, the rule book that defines how the carbon markets are structured, was that there was a huge amount of hot air in the system. And we didn't want to carry that hot air from Kyoto into Paris. So, Excellent, you might have been making a joke, but it really is true. So what we have up on the screen now is a flow diagram that illustrates, for those who maybe not be very familiar with how carbon markets work, the general flow of the process from project development, which is where it all starts, whether it's a renewable energy project, solar, hydro, whether it's planting a forest and sequestering carbon. It starts at the top left-hand corner there where you see project development and carbon origination. Subsequently, the developers decide what standard they're going to work with, because there are different standards you can work with when you go to develop carbon credits. They're broadly divided into two. The voluntary market, of which I've given two examples there, the gold standard and Vera. And then we have the compliance market. The compliance markets are those which are governed by international treaties, the ones where the project developer is looking to comply with certain regulations and laws, whether at national level or international level. The column that goes down there in blue boxes are essentially a regulatory element which can be described as validation and verification. This is where we try to ensure that it is not hot air, that the product is exactly what it says it is. that the project has reduced X amount of carbon dioxide emissions, and so X amount of carbon credits have been generated. Then we move into the infrastructure around which carbon markets, carbon credits are traded, which includes a registry, which includes an exchange where buyers and sellers meet, and it goes all the way to carbon credit retirement. So you might want to maybe take a photograph of this because it's a very simplified illustration, but it kind of covers all the key components of carbon credit generation, verification, certification, going through registry, exchange, and finally to retirement. Next slide, please. A good point to note is that why Eswatini, like most African countries, have not really benefited from carbon markets is that we lack almost the entire infrastructure associated with the carbon market activity. We don't have any registries on the continent. We don't have any exchanges that trade in carbon market on the continent. We have zero by way of validation or verification entities. So almost all of these are external entities, and when I say external, I mean external to the continent. And it makes it very difficult for Eswatini or any other African country to properly benefit from carbon markets. In addition, this is a summary of Eswatini's NDC, which really does not make any mention of carbon markets anywhere. So Eswatini, like other countries, will need to make those calls as to how it engages with carbon markets. It will need to determine whether it's going through the voluntary market, whether it's going through compliance markets, Article 6.2, Article 6.4. There are examples from around the continent which you might benefit from. Nigeria has gone the way of an emissions trading scheme, which makes sense for a country of Nigeria's size. They've got a huge oil and gas-based economy with a huge carbon footprint. The DRC is going to do a mix of both because the DRC has both oil and gas, and it has what is widely considered to be the world's largest carbon sink by way of the tropical forest. Ghana made history by being the first country at COP27 to export carbon credits, which are now called internationally tradable mitigation outcomes, under the Paris Agreement. So very many countries around the world are in the process of copying and pasting what Ghana did, which is essentially putting in place a policy framework for dealing with Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. Many economies the size of Eswatini's, structured like Eswatini's, I think would do best to go through Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. I'll leave it there. Excellent, and perhaps we can have a free-flowing question and answer session thereafter.
Thank you so much. Can you, yes. Another round of applause to our colleague who deals with air. I'm going to ask for any clarification questions to Robert before I call upon the panelists. Any points of clarification to the presentation? I don't see any. To take this discussion, oh, there is one. Please, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, presenter. I've heard about these carbon credits as well as the program on carbon credits. But I'm just wondering, in your experiences in your various jurisdictions, didn't you have to pass some legislation to support the implementation of such bond issuances. Because my understanding is that it has to do with getting your country to participate in these carbon credits so that internationally other countries are able to then support you in these programs. As we know that Europe is leading in such space. That is one. Maybe the second question that I have for you is, could you just unpack a little more how these credits work so that the individual investors benefit on this? I know how it will benefit the country, but I'm not too sure how it benefits the individual investors in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Legislation is an interesting entry point for engaging with carbon markets and carbon trade. My own country, Kenya, developed a rather comprehensive Climate Change Act in 2014, but it has not really done much with it. There's very little carbon-related activity that's governed by that Climate Change Act. Nigeria developed theirs in 2021 at a little bit more comprehensive than Kenya's because it includes a specific section that deals with carbon markets, including the institutional and administrative arrangements, and they're making progress with it. But the country that's leading the pack, which is Ghana, really has no what we might call omnibus legislation that deals with carbon markets. They've worked it through the sectoral bits of legislation they have in their country, whether it's energy, whether it's agriculture, whether it's forestry, whether it's transport and energy. So there's no cookie cutter approach here. There's no one size fits all towards the normative aspects of carbon markets. What you need to have in place, though, if you're going to engage with the Paris Agreement, especially Article 6.2, which involves international trade, you need to have what we call a corresponding adjustment framework. Now, how you work that at national level will depend on specific national circumstances. It can be an act of parliament, it can be secondary legislation at the ministerial level. Most prefer to go the way of parliament because it's usually an multidisciplinary, multisectoral, interministerial activity. It covers usually 5 or 6 different ministries, including finance. And it usually has implications for national budgets, especially when it comes to receiving revenues from external entities. So it's one of those complex issues which each country has to decide how best it approaches it and what works best for it. In terms of unpacking carbon credits, it's one of these animals with so many facets that I don't know where to start. But at the end of the day, it's part of the process of decarbonizing the global economy. And it's used in a two-pronged manner to invite and entice private sector investment on the one hand. And many countries, such as sub-Saharan African countries, use it to guide that private sector investment into their sustainable development priorities. In a country like Eswatini, I think increased access to renewable energy, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's waste to energy, would be relevant priorities under sustainable development. Access to clean cooking lends itself very easily to the carbon markets. As you're aware, there's almost 700 million people in sub-Saharan Africa who don't have access to clean cooking. So it's a two-pronged approach. One, to decarbonize the global economy, and for our sub-Saharan countries, it gives us access to private sector investment to meet development objectives. Within an NDC, many countries have decided what their priorities are, whether it's improved public transport systems, access to energy, strengthening agricultural value chains, including forest covers. But those are some of the development objectives which carbon markets and carbon credits can help national governments to achieve.
I hope that clarifies. Another question there. Where's the mic?
Yes, thank you for your insightful presentation. Mine is to find out, how do we jump the gun given our developmental priorities vis-a-vis the proponents of these concepts? And I know they started somewhere. We haven't even started manufacturing, for that matter. And for them to get where they are, to be able to clean the air and use the high-tech systems, they dependent on the starting point. So we are at that level. How can we be aided to jump the gun to be able to be at the level at which they are? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. The whole idea about the structuring of carbon markets and the carbon trade under international treaty is to allow for a component of South-South exchange, North-South exchange, so that we can leverage the technology and the finances of those who have it for our benefit. And this is what the compliance market does really well, because in the compliance market, there are certain boxes which need to be ticked before those carbon credits or mitigation outcomes attain a certain volume. And some of those boxes include partnering with local entities so that they gain the right capacity in appropriate technologies, so that in subsequent years they can generate their own credits. The voluntary market does it sometimes, sometimes it does not, but these are some of the factors which influence the final price of a carbon credit, for example. The compliance market makes sure it ticks all those boxes, which include exchange of capacity and technological exchange.
Thank you very much. We'll now close for the questions for clarifications, because I have an esteemed panel of experts who will probably be able to answer some of the questions that you have in your minds. Let me also say that if you looked at the program, we were supposed to have another presentation by Mr. Rami. Unfortunately, he is not able to make that presentation. So let me take this opportunity now to introduce the panelists who are going to help us discuss this issue further. I have, by the way, let me put a disclaimer. I'm not responsible for the gender imbalance that may be coming up. So our first panelist is Emmanuel Ngugo. He is the climate change economic advisor with the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development. I'll give them time to introduce themselves fully as they start their interventions. The next one is Davy Meering, a legal advisor, Montigim. He is followed by Mr. Paul Richesa. He's the founder and the MD of MAP Capital Partners. He's followed by Ms. Ketiwe Kumaro from the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Department of Meteorology, Climate Change Unit. There she is, here. And finally, we have Peter Keeve. He's a group forestry manager from TWK Agri limited. This is a group of panelists. So maybe, like I said, they will be introducing themselves as they take the podium to answer specific questions. So what I'm going to do now is I'll be asking questions that may help us to clarify some of the issues around the carbon markets. And I'm going to start from my far left with Mr. Mpo. Could you just introduce yourself in detail? And once you're done, may you answer this question. How ready is Eswatini to effectively engage and leverage carbon markets? Over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Mpole Chisa, and I am the Managing Director of MAP Capital Partners. And MAP Capital Partners is a development finance advisory firm, as well as a project promoter within the SADC region. The question is Eswatini ready for the carbon credit market? My answer is, I think the first thing that we should think about is where are we today? We're at the Eswatini Green Indaba. That is a major step in showing that Eswatini has moved a step further from the rest of the region. Now, also, if we look at the stakeholders that are involved here, we have ESE, and ESE is a very vibrant exchange, a determined exchange, in my experience in working with a number of these exchanges. So yes, SNG is around as an advisory firm, knowing what it's doing. We have the regulator, we have the central bank, and this morning, the Honorable Minister mentioned that your Eswatini is also looking at issuing a green sovereign bond. So yes, absolutely, it is ready, and the time is actually now. And I think after attending this Indaba, I actually think that Eswatini is on an accelerator program, which I gave it a name. I might be wrong, but it is on a green economy accelerator program 2.0. This event is going to be a reoccurring event. So next year, we'll be talking about the Eswatini Green Economy Accelerator, which is 2.0.
Thank you so much for...
As far as the carbon markets are concerned, I think it's quite important for us to learn that this is an evolving industry. I happen to sit on a advisory board of the UN SSE, which is the UN Sustainable Stocks Exchanges, on the carbon markets, on the carbon credits desk. And there is a framework that is under construction or under development at the moment, which is going to enable not only just Eswatini, but a lot of the SADC countries or global countries to be able to utilize the opportunities that exchanges can benefit from the carbon credits market. So coming back to the first question, is Eswatini ready? Absolutely. And now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I will now call upon Peter Keeve to also give us some insights based on your experience in forestry work. What examples from South Africa can you share to amplify the opportunities for carbon markets for Eswatini?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Peter Keeve, and I am the Group Forestry Manager for TWK Agri from South Africa, and we also the owners of Schisselweni Forestry Company, where I am the Managing Director of, and I've been in Eswatini since 2004. So I love the kingdom, and I appreciate the opportunity to can speak here and address and share my small bit of experience in the forest industry regarding carbon. And I wouldn't call myself a carbon credit specialist, but we in SA, South Africa, in the forest industry, we formed a what we call a sustainable African forestry assurance scheme, where we actually look at the sustainability of forestry, and specifically with carbons and carbon assessment, what we call carbon reporting. And it's quite interesting and unique in the sense of, but it's always also guided by the regulations within the country that this reporting gets done. And I can say it's a good thing, because we as forestry, we are green, and I am very proud to be in the forest industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Peter. Since David also from the forest sector, maybe you can also share your experiences from your very, very long experience in forestry issues.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is David Millen. I'm a director of Montigny Investments. Montigny has been looking at the carbon market for some time to see what the opportunities are. And in looking at our opportunities, we've also looked at it on a national level, where Eswatini is uniquely placed, or extremely well placed, to benefit from carbon credit markets and from the loan funding that goes with it. From Montigny, it's probably worth just taking a step back to understand why carbon credits are there and what the rationale is. And that is that our carbon emissions have been far too great over the last 200 years. And we've reached a point where we now have to reduce those emissions. And so all the countries get together and they say, it's now time to reduce emissions. The developing nations say, well, that's fine for the developed nations. You've had 200 years putting all that stuff up there, and now that you're developed, you want to put a cap on it. So the compromise was that developed nations would compensate developing nations for reducing emissions. And one of the ways of doing that is that a company, for example, in France, that is required to reduce its carbon emissions by 1 million tons a year, instead of actually shutting down a power plant, could instead compensate somebody in Africa to reduce those emissions. Now, where it gets interesting is that you don't get paid for reducing emissions that are in the normal course of business, or certainly up until now. There's a requirement of additionality. And you have to show that you are undertaking a new project that is reducing, it's going to reduce emissions, and it needs the carbon finance in order to take off. So if you're just going to do it in the run of normal business, you don't get carbon credits. But if you can show this is something we've been trying to do for many years, and we just haven't been able to get it off the ground, but with carbon finance, we might be able to get it off the ground, then you qualify. I'm obviously oversimplifying it. There's a whole raft of regulations that one has to go through. And if you look at the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have always been heavily reliant on South Africa and Mozambique for our electricity. We've never developed our own power stations because it's always been more cost effective to come through to get our power from South Africa and more recently Mozambique. Wearability is a problem, is that small scale power stations are very often more expensive per unit than we would be eligible for those. So now speaking back as Montigny has been trying to develop power for many years. And if we look at Eswatini as a whole, some of the sources, in order to get, or one of the ways of getting carbon credits is through a sustainable fuel source. That's basically sun, wind, water, biomass. We've got all of those. And so it's not just to look at it as single corporates, but to look at the opportunities for all eMaswati and say, how does everybody benefit from either sun or wind or water or biomass? And we have the resources within our country to be one of the first countries in Africa to generate from renewable resources. But we haven't been able to do that to date. If carbon finance and carbon...
for that, we really need that push. I think a week or so ago, we had an association of assemblies for African and Arab countries, and we emphasized that probably the green economy could be that push that will help us to achieve 8 SDGs as compared to the 4 that we are targeted to meet. Let me now call upon Emmanuel. Markets, it's clear that you need partnerships. You need partnerships between the public and the private sector. You need partnerships between developed and developing countries. You need all sorts of partnerships for you to be successful. I just want to find out from you, what kind of partnerships do you think?
Thank you. So I'm Emmanuel Ngungo. I am an economic advisor, deployed, climate change economic advisor, deployed by NDC Partnership and UNDP. And I'm privileged to be embedded in the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development. Yes, there are quite a few fledgling partnership and entry point opportunities for a country such as Eswatini. Quite a few development partners, such as the World Bank, in areas like needs assessment, capacity gap assessment, deploying digital technologies to enhance collaboration and learning, supporting those legal frames that the presenter talked about, and crucially, the learning by doing, getting our hands dirty, hopefully. There are also initiatives around, such as the Africa Carbon Market Initiative launched at the last COP, and it's essentially a drive. And for the most forests are exempted, so they don't go for the easy, low-lying fruit, so to speak. Countries such as but for long-term emissions reductions. And closer home, yes, Ghana is leading the world. It has issued the ITMOs, but it's not just Ghana. Neighboring, not so far away, Malawi is already on board, and Malawi now has issued a call for projects. So quite a lot happening that can inspire us here in Eswatini. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask Robert to just give us a layman's explanation of ITMOS.
for internationally tradable mitigation outcomes. Why it's given such a long name is because they try and differentiate it from the carbon credits which emanated from the Kyoto Protocol and through other mechanisms. It's essentially the same product. They're given different names depending on where they originate from and how they're traded. It's the same thing when you talk about RECs, which are, when you call them certified emission reductions, which is what was under the clean development mechanism under Kyoto Protocol. So ITMOs are internationally tradable mitigation outcomes.
ITMOs. Let me now call upon Ketsiwe to tell us in terms of steps, what would you see as the steps or what is needed for Eswatini to set up a carbon market system?
Excellent. I'm Ketsiwe Kumaro. I'm with the Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs in the Department of Meteorology, where I coordinate the National Climate Change Program. Responding to your question, I think we need to start from the question in terms of are we ready, which I think my colleague here specifically said that we are ready. But then the question is, what does this readiness mean for us? I will classify this in terms of, I think, 3 key elements that will be very important. I think on the upper stream, you have the governance issues that you need to sort out as a government, especially in this context of carbon markets after Kyoto, because all countries have now commitments in our NDC. We can all be buyers and sellers, while in the Kyoto area, most developing countries of this carbon. But right now, where we all have commitments in the NDCs, the landscape has completely changed, which means that governance issues are becoming very, very important. And this is mainly because in the Kyoto era, these governance issues were mainly centralized within the UNFCCC. Right now, there's more decentralization in terms of the type of markets we are. And in this context, I'm talking specifically from the Paris Agreement in Article 6. And then the other key element is actually the project pipeline, which is actually very important and actually a sign for you for readiness. And then there's the other enablers, which are capacity building, awareness, and a whole lot of things, carbon markets. To start with the governance, I think for Eswatini will be very important to establish the policy framework for carbon markets, which I think Robert has already mentioned that Ghana has gone ahead to do that. What does this mean? In this framework, basically, as a country, we need to actually ensure that we understand exactly what is it that we are engaging in terms of the markets, where we are actually providing a guide and enabling environment for participating in this market. So these policy framework become very important. With that, in terms of policy, you need also the institutional arrangements in terms of understanding who is going to do what. When I say we have now the more responsibilities as host countries or buyer and selling countries, you need to authorize the ITMO. I'm going to use that since it has been defined. You also have to make sure that this ITMO, when you are transferring it, you are not accounting it again as part of your NDC actions that we have committed as a country. So to use an example, to try and simplify the very complex process here, is that if, for instance, in Eswatini, as you know, in our NDC, we have a conditional or an unconditional target of 5% emission reduction, and we have a conditional target of 8%, which actually gives us 14% in terms of our targets in terms of emission reduction. When we develop this governance or policy framework, we have to be mindful that the 5% or we have to know which projects are going to actually deliver that 5% for us. And those projects cannot be eligible for carbon credits. And then that leaves you a space to play. There is what Mark actually talks about, the additionality. You still have to save through the 8% in terms of what kind of projects are going to be eligible or are additional or can be eligible for carbon credits. And then from there, you develop your positive depending on how you are discussing at a national level. So these are the kind of things that we need to do at a national level. And this is what the policy guidance needs to give us in terms of us understanding the space. And this basically gives some kind of confidence to the investors in terms of understanding that there is no uncertainty, there is a policy, there is guidance that is going to be very important. And then again, something that is going to be very key for Eswatini to ensure that we have a transparent platform for us to actually put in the credits to account in terms of how much carbon is there, and transfer and then retire those credits that are in our registry. And this registry has to be secure, has to be transparent, and we have to take accountability. Going back to what Robert defined as the corresponding adjustment. We now have to subtract the credits that have been sold to the overall greenhouse gas emission reduction to ensure that we are not double counting. So what we are reducing at home becomes our commitment, and that is actually a surplus of the emission reduction that we have had as based on our NDC. So this is how complex, important that government gets ready and gets these policies, the infrastructure, along with the associated capacity that are necessary to actually ensure it is a party to the convention, so therefore it has to be accountable in terms of the emission reduction that is accounting for. This is where partnering with the private sector in ensuring that those policies are developed, and also to ensure that we have a robust project pipeline. Because if we are saying we want to engage in carbon markets, we need the project pipeline. And the project pipeline to the requirements based at an international level that we need for our project to meet those requirements. So I will basically speak to those key important things, but it is very important for us. I think this is a very good start conversation. I think awareness is key. Capacity building is very, very key. And then I think one important thing that I'm almost forgetting is the monitoring and verification process. We need a robust MRV, because that's what actually helps us to ensure that we are accounting appropriately for the emissions reduction that we have either conditionally or unconditionally reduced in the country. I think MRV system needs to be very, very robust. Thank you.
Hello. I thought it was going to be easier. Now we have more terminologies. Transfer, portability, MRV, registry. It sounds so complicated, but the solace is that we have people here in this country, like her, who can help us to maneuver around this maze of processes and systems. There could be some low-hanging fruits, but there must be a way to deal with this. So probably let me go back to the first speaker and just find out, given some challenges that we may foresee in establishing a successful carbon market in Eswatini.
I actually don't work for Eswatini Investment Promotions Agency. I think the next session is for IPA to elaborate. But as far as challenges are concerned, I think every has its own challenges. And like I mentioned, the framework that is going to address what you are talking about, which will be issued at COP28 later on this year, It's actually going to be a guideline for both. I would say that they should not forget carbon credits on their incentives list, because that's what project promoters also look for, as well as funding houses as well. So that's the area that I would say from a carbon markets point of view that they should look into. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello. I'm now going to ask each of the panelists to give their final thoughts, and if there's any area where they think they would add to this understanding of the carbon markets, please, I give you 1 minute each. We'll start from Peter going this way.
Say my report and have a system and a regulation, how we're going to do it in Eswatini. We need to include all the forestry growers, from the big corporates to the small growers, so everybody can benefit out of this carbon and if we can call it credit or allowances. That's my final remark. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Sometimes small is beautiful. Caribbean islands, where they're about to take off the entire fleet of petrol and diesel cars off the street and go to electric mobility. It's easier to work with small populations, small geographies like Eswatini's. It's much more difficult to work with places like Nigeria, where there are 200 million people with a very diverse diesel-based economy. So I would urge the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini to put in place the necessary measures, especially around corresponding adjustments under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. And UNDP's Finance Sector Hub in Pretoria, we stand ready to help you work through it. And it's not as difficult or as complex as it might seem.
Thank you. Robert highlighted the complexity of the carbon market. As my parting comment would be to urge our Eswatini and African representatives and negotiators to really lobby hard for simplifications of the rules and facilitation of the rules. Otherwise, this potential will remain like pie in the sky, so to speak. And why should we care? Why should we care about carbon markets? It's not just about climate action. It's about poverty reduction. It's about green jobs. It's about all those other development aspirations that carbon finance can finance, as well as climate protection and climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up on what the other speakers have said, is projects throughout society, because energy saving in 100,000 households adds up to a significant amount. So this is an opportunity to get things across the line that we couldn't before. It might be solar heating, it might be solar lighting in small homes. So I suppose the short message is, let's go forward, but let's leave nobody behind. Let's take everybody with us. This isn't just for corporates, it's not for everybody. And I'll just give an example. If a small household wants to buy a solar panel for the home, it's very difficult. It's not accessible. They're not going to get a carbon credit out of it. They go to the bank, it's difficult to get the loan.
And I really believe that because here the government plays a very important role to put in place the policy to allow the private sector, to give the confidence to the private sector and the investors to understand that what they should expect. But I also want to appeal from investors there, the private sector, that let's work together and put in place a robust project pipeline. We miss the Kyoto, I think, vehicle on carbon markets. We cannot miss it again. There's so much I think lessons that we can learn, and we need to move fast. The faster we move, the greater the opportunities are there for us to harness the opportunities of carbon markets. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I would also like to reiterate this message that carbon markets are really driven by project development, among other things. And the categorization of carbon credit projects needs to be known out there. You know, you have your solution-based projects, which could be your forestries, afforestation, and so on. You also have your technology-based solutions, which is where everybody knows, which is really around renewable energy, clean transport, like what we have outside. You also have your removal type of solutions, which would be your waste to energy, you know, your capturing of methane and biogases and so on. So advocacy around that is quite important in order for it to contribute to the robust project pipeline, as she's mentioned. There's also another initiative which is called the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative, ACMI. ACMI needs the support of all the countries because in essence what was happening downstream is that we are creating our own African taxonomy. And the African taxonomy will then now talk to the financial instruments that are available. As earlier on we were told, there is green bonds, green sustainable bonds that are available. And as we also heard that it's not only just green bonds, but they also have subsets. You know, you have your youth, you have your social bonds, and you also have your clean transportation bonds. And I think these are the instruments that are currently available out there. But also there's a huge drive coming out of what we call impact funds. Impact funds or climate funds are becoming, or rather are already big things, big funding mechanisms out there, and of which we should take advantage of. And not forgetting your pension funds as well, which can be contributors of this. Another gentleman at the back earlier on asked how does the individual have access or benefit from all of this? As you've heard, there's also this new concept of crowdfunding or co-investing in these types of instruments. So that's, in conclusion, I think those are the areas that I think we should focus on. And yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you very much for those very insightful final comments. I think we can all agree that there are opportunities here, not just to address climate change, but to actually accelerate achievement of sustainable development goals. This is about sustainable development, and here is an opportunity to have access to the much needed financing to finance our climate action, to make our economy resilient, to create jobs, especially for the youth, because this area of carbon markets requires innovation, and the young people are probably the focus that we should have. And I think tomorrow we'll be discussing more about the role of the youth on climate action. So I think the distinguished team of panelists have helped us to unpack carbon markets, and I think they deserve now a good round of applause. I think I also need a good round of applause because we have not just demonstrated the efficiency in the energy use, resource use, but we've also proved efficiency in time management. So thank you so much. I can't see the boss to hand over to. I'm sure she thought we would still be going on and on, but we are done. who do I hand over to? So thank you so much for...
Thank you, colleagues. That was a wonderful presentation. A round of applause again. Now we know what potential is there, what we need to do to access carbon markets. We are learning by the day. I'm happy there's a table that's agreeing with me that we are learning. So it's not that we are not asking because we don't have questions, but we are still assimilating what we've just heard. So it will get better with time, and certainly we will seize the opportunity and move on. Without wasting time, can we quickly move on to the last session for the day? And we have Mr. Mgometulu, who's going to be our moderator for that session. It's actually looking at how government can incentivize all the initiatives that we've spoken about earlier on and linking it to what Minister Finance indicated. So we already have him on the podium. He's such an efficient moderator. Thank you very much. Yeah. Can we have the presenters ready? And please, over to you, sir. Excuse.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and well done for making it to this point in the day. I hope our session will be to the point and snappy and really sum up the essence of the discussions this morning. So at this point, I'd like to ask the panelists to come and join me on stage. Panelists for this final session, please come up. We are really going to be speaking to three key discussion points, and our presenter, Mr. Shingai Ngara, will take us through those. I'm first going to ask them to introduce themselves, where they work, and really what their passion regarding the subject we'll be speaking about this afternoon is all about. So I'll start with myself. My name is Bani Mgomezulu. I work for the Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority. I know the last speaker thought Mpo over there worked for IPA. No, that's me. And why am I standing before you on this subject of government green incentives? Our role as the Investment Promotion Authority is to promote and facilitate trade and investment. And in that function, we also advise government on policy. What needs to change, what needs to be done to attract, enhance investment and grow jobs. So the discussion this afternoon and this morning is really apt in terms of informing policy. The current National Development Plan, the strategic roadmap, runs for 5 years. That's our strategy, our national strategy. And that would have been from 2018 to 2023. So the incoming government in 2023 is really going to be picking up on its areas of focus. So this green Indaba comes at the right time. We're hoping to gather, collate all the ideas and the outcomes, and those should inform government's policy going forward. So I'm going to ask at this point the panelists to introduce themselves. Is it off? So John, how to turn it on? At the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shingai Ngara. I am with a firm called Portals Global Consulting Group. It's an international economic development consultancy. It took 3 strategy sessions to get those words together. That looks to mobilize international capital into emerging markets, conduct capacity building, and also do consulting for projects.
Hello, everyone. My name is Inati Dlamini. I'm the CEO of Business Eswatini. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I've been listening to everybody, and I think everything we are talking about is actually about me. I therefore feel particularly special that you all came just to talk about everything that's got to do with Inati Dlamini.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Gruning. I'm with the Eswatini Revenue Service as the head for business strategy and development. As you know, we are here to make paying taxes and implementing tax policy easy. And that's why I'm here today, because we also support government in the design and implementation of policy. And this discussion today has been very interesting, because also the issue of tax incentives and tax expenditure is our key research area. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jabu Mieni. I come from the Royal Eswatini Sugar. I'm the Sustainability Manager. We've just launched a sustainability program for RAS. We have been producing our integrated report, but we noticed that it was not granular enough, and the KPIs for environmental and social couldn't be traced. So now we want to launch a robust one which will also inform our initiatives. So we have just started. We are just at the initial steps. We have identified the relevant frameworks, such as the Global Reporting Initiative, because for us in the sugar sector, things like climate change pose as an existential threat. We are affected by climate change, but we also have a huge impact on climate. So it's good for us as an industry to be proactive rather than and do things in a voluntary manner, rather than be pushed by legislation from the EU, from our customers. I'm not being mouthful, but I've been. So we are just identifying the framework I'm talking about. We need to, our program needs to be aligned with our UN SDGs, the local NDC plan. We are also looking at several frameworks which would be global reporting initiatives as suggested by Eswatini Stock Exchange. It will also talk to SASP, which is inward looking at, it just looks at our bottom line. How are things like climate change affecting our bottom line? And we're also looking at another framework, it's called Bonsucro. It's for sustainable production of sugar cane. We are considering several standards and frameworks so that we do a holistic approach. When the third-party rating agencies come in the long term, they will find us in the right standing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, we have an expert panel. So at this point, I'm just going to hand over to our presenter to take us through the presentation, which will discuss or really provide a platform for the discussion which will follow around incentives, green incentives. Over to you.
So we're talking about green incentives. Well, at least that was the brief. And so we now want to take that brief and articulate the context in which incentives can then apply. So first is the contents page, and let's get to the next slide. So, oh yeah, because people are up there.
Can you take those 3 seats over there?
Okay. Can you still hear me? All right, so I titled this slide, Abundance of Capital, Challenge of Access, right? So as of 2022, the global economy was viewed at about $160 trillion, right? Now, after the agreement, 450 firms from 45 countries together committed to $130 trillion towards green economy. Now, sorry, then surely there's no problem. There's no need for this conversation because the money is actually there. However, what we find is that there's a challenge in taking the journey. Can you hear me? Oh, right. There's a challenge in taking the journey from promises to disbursements. And that challenge comes from something that comes to the real fundamentals of an investment decision, right? So these 2 lines are just simply, to make an investment, you expend something. There's a cost to it. And what you're looking for is some revenue that comes in, right? It's a basic investment consideration. And you're trying to look for an investment grade return. Because as we're saying, there isn't enough public capital available, and so we have to look to the private sector for these large quantums of capital that are needed. But now this is where we run into a fundamental problem. And if you see second from the top there is Germany. That were tariffs as of 2016, electricity tariffs, right? So after Fukushima, the nuclear reactor explosion in Japan in 2011, Angela Merkel moved very quickly for Germany to go into renewable energy. That had an effect based on the risks and the costs of doing so, of tripling Germany's tariff from about 11 cents per kilowatt hour, that's US cents, to the 35 cents per kilowatt hour that it then became. Because you were trying to retain an investment grade return for the private capital that had funded that, right? So there was an unforeseen consequence that created something that was unaffordable. And just last October in 2016, there were riots all over Germany about the cost of electricity. So, without talking about even a price cap that is legislated, there's an inherent market cap. What can an economy be able to afford in respect of a tariff, right? So if we can't, or if we don't have enough play on price, we have to deal with costs to retain this investment grade return. So as we try to shift, and this is a fundamental corner point here, is we have to be shifting risks and costs, both real and perceived. And it's a very important point about perceived risk. So if somebody in New York thinks that we're all wearing loincloths and we've got lions in our backyard, and that makes them not make a real investment decision, we have to deal with those perceptions, right? So you're dealing with both real and perceived risks and costs. Right, thank you. Next slide. Okay, so just very, very quickly. These 6 bullet points, so this is from the US National Public Utilities Council. These 6 bullet points are the problems that the US faces in getting renewable energy going. Lack of transmission infrastructure to be able to bring on more capacity, funding and regulatory needs, technological costs, intermittency, socioeconomic divide, and workforce development. But moreover, in our context, you then also have number 7 and number 8, an extremely high cost of capital, right? So I mean, US interest rates, quantitative easing were near 0% for 12 odd years, right? And the institutional framework that investors are familiar with. So what that then really means is that we're in an environment where we're in a competition for capital, right? We are trying to, if you think of this stream of capital that's flowing, we're trying to divert as much of that our way as we can, and we have to understand what are the mechanisms that we have to so do, right? So, the first thing that I just want to briefly talk about is we have used a lot of terms interchangeably during this session today. But let's just bear in mind that it's a green economy that we're talking about, right? So it is the whole economy. It's not just power generation. I use it as an example now, but we're talking about the whole economy and how the whole economy can be shifted towards becoming a green economy. So that includes cleaning/greening certain sectors, and then also introducing new ones. And some work we've done with ARUP and Oxford Economics said it's mainly going to be in these sectors: transportation and storage, construction, professional services, waste and pollution control, farming and mining, manufacturing, water supply and management, finance and insurance, power, heating and cooling, right? So if we're saying that it's an economy-wide consideration, then we have to be thinking in a term I literally just made up, in a programmatically strategic way, right? So, you know, we've seen many countries have documents that list lots of activities, but the activities are very disparate. You know, each sounds good, but are they all working together in a coordinated fashion towards very specific outcomes in terms of what you're trying to achieve with emissions control and the transformation of the economy? So there's a really fantastic framework that has come out of the World Bank in which they are saying we really have to be thinking about this in terms of this virtuous cycle that can, and again, this is the example of renewable energy, but the principles apply more generally, right? So they're saying, first, at the top there, you've got to really have the growing political appetite and macro fiscal space for the initiative that you're trying to create, right? Then, and this is key, all these blue lines talk to financing and concessionality support from development partners, right? And there was a wonderful term in a recent webinar where one party from Indonesia said, we are really needing a combination of blended effort and blended finance, right? So concessional financing from development partners that can help the public sector to help to create the supportive regulatory and policy environment that is attractive to international private capital. Then again, this is very specifically to power. Then again, concessional financing for utility and electricity network strengthening financing, increasing the capability of institutions. The demand side management is then in place. And only then are you at a point where, again, we have now gotten that jaw effect from what we said at that first slide, that you can now attract the private capital to then come in, to finance the projects, to get that going, and then ultimately retire the coal-fire powered stations. So what's critical in this, which we have said in red there, is that the focus should not be on green finance alone, so the bonds and the carbon credits that we've spoken about today, but it should also be on making green projects bankable at large. So there's still, not to say there's still, it's fundamentally necessary that pension funds, traditional banks, asset managers, and so forth are still part of the equation. It's not just a carbon credit conversation. It is how do we make sure that we are blending all sources of finance, because we need these sources of finance at scale in a manner that is attractive to them based on their prudential considerations. There was the conversation earlier about protecting people's retirement, which a pension fund has to then cater to. And so each country must look to understand its own economic structure, its own assets and endowments. The point was made, there's sun here, wind, water, and what its risks and threats are to determine its unique strategy that can then get it going in that direction. And then again, thinking from a risk management point of view, how do you manage the risk spectrum from bilateral loans in terms of specific projects all the way to building up to open market bonds so that you're sequentially building up the track record as a real capable player in green considerations. Just briefly, just want to talk about two countries. Madagascar, what they did was they slashed the corporate income tax equivalent to 50% of the investment for renewable energy. Equipment was exempted from VAT, and equipment was depreciated at an accelerated rate of 30% of net value to create an incentive to invest, reducing that risk and cost line. And ultimately, that then opened the door to the concessionary finance from the World Bank of $400 million, and they are creating a digital and energy connectivity inclusion program that's going to give power and telecommunications to 10 million people. India is an even more fascinating story. They committed to green energy from 1987 to 2002, and in that 15-year period, with an ambition of 100 gigabytes, only added 2, right? And what discouraged investors? Inadequate infrastructure, difficulties to access land, and lack of familiarity with the sector. Then post-Paris, in 2016, with their NDCs, they then made a renewed commitment to 40% of installed non-fossil fuel by 2030, engaged with transfer of technology, low-cost interventional finance, regulatory reform, transmission infrastructure, and then were able to then unlock from the World Bank $100 million in concessional finance, 75 million loan from IRBD, 23 million loan from the Clean Technology Fund, and then $2 million in technical assistance in project preparation. And so then what that then put them in a position to then do was create these large solar parks, increased tax on coal-generated power, and then they were able to bring their tariff on renewables down to 4.4 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I didn't highlight them at the very beginning, but on that first slide, India was at the bottom at 8 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, by this blending, they were able to bring the tariff down to 4.4 cents per kilowatt hour. And then moreover, they were able to, using guarantees, lever up by 32 times financing for the development of their solar parks. So what are we saying? We're saying if you take a view that first, government creates the macro space, able to get concessionary finance that can help government to so do, building the capable institutions with that concessionary finance, you open the door to private capital to then see an investment grade return to then come. Okay? Yeah, back to that one. Sorry, you've skipped one. Yeah, all right. So, when the question was asked of incentives, a lot of people were talking about them in a purely fiscal way. And the point that I really want to put across is that it's a combination of non-fiscal and fiscal. And I would almost go so far as to say, if you don't get the non-fiscal right, it's almost pointless what you achieve on the fiscal. You've got to get the non-fiscal right so that there is the framework within people have the comfort to then engage. And I just want to highlight just 3 of them, which is information and education, especially project preparation. We've got to be preparing world-class standard projects, bankable projects, that attract, and there's a familiarity from international capital as to, yes, these are projects that we're going to invest in, the risks and costs are well understood, number one. Two, capital market policy. So this one, I have a silly story, but I went to this restaurant in Richards Bay on another project, and there was a big sign which said, never trust a kitchen that doesn't have a fat chef, right? And it's actually a fundamental point, right? That international capital is going to struggle to follow if your local capital hasn't started first, right? So we've got to get our capital market policy, the prudential and investment environment, to be such that our local capital can then go in first for international capital to then follow. And just the last one that I wanted just to draw particular attention to was co-investment vehicles and de-risking. What sort of guarantees can be put up? Political risk insurance, project guarantees, so that again, those risk perceptions, real and perceived, are both dealt with. Great. Yeah, let's skip that. So yeah, sorry, the last point that I wanted to make there was, it's a combination that has to be struck of balancing, mandating, enabling, and incentivizing, just to push things along. All right, next slide. I was a bit nervous putting this slide together, but I couldn't find a better one because it's from PwC, and I thought I might not get invited back next year. But this gives a very good view of different frameworks of green tax and incentive landscape in different countries, right? So different countries, based on their own dynamics, have got different views as to how they can think about it. So USA, for example, at the bottom, very strong lobbying. So you can't, try as you might, you can't get very strong pollution-driven taxes in place. So they've had to really go very strongly in respect of an incentive framework, right? Germany, we've discussed. South Africa, in a position that it can introduce several taxes as well as incentives as well. So what you're trying to do in this is what I've said, you're trying to create a complementarity and a reinforceability of the incentives, pushing things in a coordinated direction. And there's a wonderful example out of Norway and France as they try to move towards EV, right? So what Norway did was they said purchasing electric vehicles, they would be cheaper through purchase tax exemptions. Norway funded R&D, began the deployment of a large public charging networking infrastructure, and a very significant campaign to educate the public about why one should buy EV. What France did was France put a pollution tax on hydrocarbon cars, create a vehicle fee rebate scheme for purchasing electric vehicles, and then a discounted or preferential electricity rate structure in terms of just electricity tariffs. And the point that I'm trying to drive at with that is France was doing a combination of a stick and a carrot in the way that they approached it, whereas Norway was consistent carrot, carrot, carrot in their approach. And in the same time window, 2015 to 2020, France went from 1% EV to 12% in the market. Norway went from 25% to 75%. And so you've got to be having this complementarity and reinforceability of the incentives. Then a clear strategic framework. It's not just throwing out little instruments because it sounded good in a particular meeting. Right. Yeah, and just a key point there is compliance with tax incentives must not be burdensome or cumbersome. Trying to get some energy efficiency going with buildings and some businesses in South Africa, just how cumbersome compliance was, disincentivized people from then participating. Just another example very quickly. Colombia with green buildings this time. So just very, very quickly, just shooting through it, training and marketing through the Chamber of Construction, working with the banks to kind of make the case, issued a green bond, and then the central bank revised interest rates downwards. That Davivienda is the permitting, so they reduced all of those costs, added some insurance, VAT exclusion, and income tax deduction, and the results there speak for themselves. And again, it's that complementarity and the reinforceability that it's all pulling in the same direction, driving the outcome that they're looking to then achieve. Thanks. I'll just shoot through this very quickly. So I find financiers more creative than artists, right? When you look at all of the types of instruments that are out there, it's a dizzying array, right? But in reality, when you drill through it, there are actually 4 basic types, right? It's just debt, equity, grants, and insurance, right? And by being able to think about how we do our project preparation, let's be very clear about which instrument is applicable at what point in the life cycle of the project, so that you can be incentivizing the different forms of funding to then come through, to risk manage, and again, attract that capital. Thanks. There was wonderful conversations around Eswatini as a agriculture and forestry country. Very important to understand, again, within the carbon credit type of conversation, that preservation of biodiversity is a fantastic opportunity. So, Africa, as was said recently, is the world's carbon sink. So if you think of what was traditionally supposed to be this cycle of human capital, produced capital, natural capital in a cycle, it has begun to diverge with the destruction of natural capital. And so now we're in this place, as was very well explained recently, around the prospects of the carbon credits, where, for example, BNP Paribas are busy working on conservation projects in Indonesia and Kenya for the sort of play on net zero, jet zero, which they are selling to particular airlines because they then sit up in emitting carbon there. John Kerry recently introduced the US Energy Transition Accelerator. That's another opportunity, and something that I feel all of us, not just this country, but all of us must really hold to account at COP28 is the loss and damage fund that was spoken about in COP27, as to what does that really mean, how is it going to be administered, and how much monies can come in a concessionary way that soften again the cost of capital so that investment decisions can be made. This is from Grant Thornton. So what is good to note is that the ESG decision is growing beyond a compliance decision. So within the conversation, ESG is becoming more strategic as a consideration to then invite people to then participate in green economy transformation. An important point in terms of trade with the EU, the UK, and then the US very specifically, I just wanted to just point out, is the taxonomies that are being created there are really looking down into your value chains to make sure that the value chain is green and being held accountable to the standards that are being set over there. So trust and transparency, very, very key. Things must be fair, clear, and not misleading. ESG litigation is on the rise. In Holland, the agenda case was just simply an NGO that sued the government successfully, up to the Supreme Court, that they needed to provide the framework for, they had a duty of care to provide the framework for protection of people on human rights grounds. And there's a Peruvian farmer right now suing a German energy company because a glacier came down on his homestead from their power generation. So what is important in this is we've got to make sure that we're truly undertaking green activities. There is no, I don't know what just happened there. Right. There is no perception around greenwashing, because greenwashing is the single biggest disincentive to investment. And in conclusion from UNDP, it is possible to bridge the divide. There's just a lot of work that is going to be involved, and they have this wonderful graphic that it's domestic public resources, private business and finance. The development finance institutions are participating, debt, trade, the systemic issues in terms of the capability of the state, and technology and capacity for us to then incentivize the capital to then come so that we can transform the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation. And I think it really leads us into the discussion points. Can I ask the panelists to please come back on stage? So we are speaking of incentives. We are trying to incentivize business and the public sector to really come to the party and provide the platform that the last presentation has just shown us is necessary in order to see this green economy thrive. But really, Eswatini operates in Southern Africa. And if you look at the concentration of countries around us, we actually have the highest inequality in society globally. South Africa, Namibia, Eswatini. How are we going to achieve governments which are really trying to enhance revenue mobilization to give away, so to speak? The presenter showed how by incentivizing, you actually get investment in the economy. But that's only for those countries which get it right. How do we as Eswatini position ourselves to be competitive? And that stick and carrot approach that he mentioned, how do we get that right? So our climate, water, the weather, how are you positioning yourselves as RES, and what incentive mechanisms are you looking to be able to be sustainable into the future? For those of us, as we listen, there is tea outside, so you can go out for refreshments. Please just step out quietly and come back in quietly as the session continues.
Okay, thanks. I will just concur with the previous speakers that we certainly need a framework from government to point us to the right direction as the private sector, because at the moment it seems like a daunting task. We are referring to many standards and frameworks which there's a whole lot in the market, and it becomes burdensome for us as an organization. Number two, we also need someone to walk us through the process, because it's new, it's a new field. We certainly appreciate that the Climate Change Office is building capacity, and they've had several workshops, which for us would be to avail ourselves to attend those workshops for capacity building and technicality. Also, the monitoring from government and from also the private sector, the support, whatever support they can give to ensure that we are doing the right thing, so that at the end we don't find yourself that, no, you've been cutting the wrong forest, go and start. This doesn't meet the specifications. So there, yes, we do need to collaborate with government, that mechanism to help us to work effectively, to find a really meaningful way of doing things. And finally, we are talking about complexity and cost, because at the end of the day, we do need to make a return on our investment. So we don't want something that will entail excessive costs, and also it should be easy to implement. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep the mic. You've been speaking about incentivization. From the perspective of the Revenue Authority, should incentivization be open to all, or only those organizations that are tax compliant? Should this incentivization be just financial or non-financial? If so, how? I'm hearing from the private sector that the expectation is for government to call them to the discussion and lead. Government says the private sector must lead development of the economy. We want a private sector-led economy. How do you balance these? And what are you as the Revenue Authority doing today about this green economy?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I think there's a lot already I can take from it, that it can't only be fiscal in approach. It has to be a balance of fiscal and non-fiscal approaches. And if the approach is fiscal, it should not be painful to the taxpayer or the person who's supposed to access that particular relief. So in terms of the measures themselves, with the way we see it, definitely compliant taxpayers should be a priority when it comes to incentivizing and rewarding. That's why even the approach we have as a revenue administration is those who comply, we want to support them and be lenient with them as possible. But those who do not want to comply, unfortunately, there's the reverse of that through the law. So that's the first part I will speak to. But also the issue of collaboration here is very important, because if we don't, we end up designing policies that are not useful to the cause which we are trying to do. We end up having a lot of incentives that are not speaking to the problem on the ground. Let me put it here for now.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. Mr. Dlamini, Business Eswatini. We've had a discussion, it's all about you. All about you. We've had a discussion this afternoon on green incentives. What is business looking for? You know what you want. You actually know what you want. Because we've just had a discussion which has a whole lot of options. But I'm hearing a lot of give, give, give. And we know that when it comes to government, it's give and take. You've just heard from the Revenue Authority, not all businesses are tax compliant. So what sort of regulatory framework are you looking for as business when it comes to this green economy? And remember, government can't just give. We want an inclusive society that speaks to addressing youth unemployment and creating jobs. Should that not be the stick? Over to you, Mr. Dlamini.
How am I supposed to know? First of all, I was listening to my colleague from ERS, an institution which I'm fond of, keenly thinking, of what is he going to say on this one? And he cleverly was able to answer some of the very, very hard questions. Listen, this is a serious matter. First of all, in large part because you are all well aware, our government in COP26 or 27 committed to remove 1,000,000.04 greenhouse gases from the atmosphere by 2030. They say they can raise it up to 40%. It required 2 billion to do that. And one of the areas they highlighted within there is to provide how are they going to achieve that? That's when I think they came up with the energy mix of this country, how to cover the base load utility fuels 50 and 50% renewables. It's there in the integrated electricity plan of government, which means then, therefore, government has nailed its colors to the mast in COP26 and 27 that this will be done. And they said, by the way, most of it will do it in partnership with the private sector, but did not specify how they're going to go and do that. So we have taken it upon ourselves, as we are well aware, for the past couple of years. We've been promoting these green projects vigorously, actually, extremely vigorously. And with the help of our partners, they've joined us. We're training these investors how to prepare investment projects, how to sell them. We are already doing our part. Now the question is, as you rightly say, this is a partnership. Where do we go from here with government? You'll be well aware. In fact, I'm uncomfortable minister is here. I have to count my words, what I say from now on. Because to be honest with you, you say, okay, you know the fiscal situation with our country, and you know what it takes nowadays to start asking government for certain benefit. Anything that includes money, leaving government to somebody else, it becomes a serious problem. You know, incentives, cutting taxes, you are messing with government fiscus already. And I do understand, and really, and I commiserate, it's a bad situation, which means, generally speaking, government is not ideally poised to reaching out some, especially for green projects, even though they believe in them. Because all they're looking at is, can you create employment here? Because we have 58% of the youth which is unemployed in this country. Can you deliver that? There are other pressing issues that this country is confronted with. Certainly, climate is one of them. And I was sitting somewhere, and I won't mention names because the person I'm talking about is here. Because when you start talking about these things, and you say, do you know that we didn't even cause this thing? It's very true. This country wasn't part of the industrial revolution, which caused this, but we also must accept the effects, the massive effects of this disproportionately affect us as opposed to the countries that cause it. So if you are thinking like that, because there's something when things get hard, and say, anyway, I didn't cause this, why should I go clean anyway? No, it's because it's affecting us, you know, and so we've got to do that. Us as a private sector, we have already nailed our colors to the mast, and we are saying to everyone who's within earshot of my voice, we are ready to work with anyone, like-minded people, to get this thing done. Look, I've been hearing green listing bonds. I've heard here options. Even the central bank was saying, hey, we already have bonds they're trading, and our risk rating is B3. It's almost like a junk bond status, you know, already. And it's not even a green bond. And I've heard these things, which is very nice, to say, hey, if you put these green bonds, the coupon sometimes can be guaranteed for that, which means for 2 years, you're enjoying this capital without paying anything or interest because the coupon or yields on those things are being guaranteed by somebody. And I want you to ask, do you then capitalize those coupons into the bonds? What happens then? The pricing of these bonds, once they're trading, on the secondary markets, who determines the price? Is it of value to the issuer, which means less financing costs? I just don't know. But some of these are very interesting concepts right now. I think I'm going to go home because I think I'm going to be dreaming green. Because that's what I've been hearing all day. And then there's this information overload, and it's all been good. For now, I'm sorry if I don't make sense, but look, my attention span is really, even a goldfish is better. My attention span is very, very short, and it's been a long day. With those few words, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Dlamini, thank you. Focusing now on our presenter who presented so eloquently, Mr. Ngura, tell us, with everything you've confused us with this afternoon, what should we take away? Because you've thrown a lot of information at us, and clearly you've done a lot of research on the topic we're speaking about this afternoon of incentives. You've shown us areas in the world where these incentives work, but that's really the global north, where they've got social security schemes, and people there are generally the happiest in the world, those Nordic countries. Our issues in Southern Africa are different. As I said, we're facing the highest inequality when you look at the poverty and human development. So how do we take this green economy and make it beneficial for the people?
So, thank you for that. The overall point that needs to be appreciated is what I actually understood from what was said here. If we're going to have a private sector driven economy, it has to be attractive to private capital to invest. So that is the overall point. We make it attractive to the private capital to invest by making sure that our initiatives, to your question, our job-creating initiatives are developed to the point that they can be invested in. How do we get there? We work with development finance institutions who can provide concessionary finance to help us get the projects to the point that they can then be invested in. And it is in that framework of working with concessionary finance from development finance institutions to get initiatives, job-creating initiatives, to a point of bankability where they are attractive to private sector capital that we can then start to create jobs.
Thank you for that feedback. That tells me that this issue of incentives is not a government issue. It is a partnership. When we speak incentives, we're speaking of partnership. So the private sector, who knows what their needs are, should be driving the conversation. Government should be responding to what the private sector is informing them. Government will bring the revenue authority to the discussion so that this partnership actually works. But where we are currently, if you take away issues of green economy, as an investment promotion agency, when we deal with investors who are looking for incentives, it's all about fiscal. That's the mindset today. So this education around the green economy needs to be a conversation we all need to have, which will address the needs of where we are in society today as Eswatini. Let me ask the audience at this point, do you have any questions for any of us here on stage? We had an excellent discussion, and I think a number of points have been raised, and we want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions or make comments? I am not seeing any hands. Is it afternoon exhaustion? Is it too much lunch? Oh, there's a hand over there. Yes, sir. This table over here. Do we have a mic?
Thank you very much. Just a general question to the panel as a whole. About 2 years ago, we carried out an assessment as the UNDP, and it looked like outside of South Africa, every single carbon credit that had left Africa since 2005 had been financed from outside of Africa. What do we think the bottlenecks might be? How could we overcome these? How can we get local financiers involved? Probably the man who said, look at the size of the chef in the kitchen might be best placed to answer it, because without local investment, how will external investors come in?
First of all, we've never done a carbon credit trade as of yet. We don't know, well, effectively, we don't know even what it is, right? But as from today, we do know. And that's for sure. But I can tell you right now, there's a company down south by the area called Air Liquide. They take all the carbon dioxide which RES emits, they take it, convert it into liquid oxygen, and then feed in the hospitals here in South Africa. I'm saying these things have been happening in this country for the past 10 years, where we're actually having projects by the private sector which seek to reduce our footprint in terms of greenhouse gases already. So if hey, people want to trade, they can pay us to exchange their carbon in other countries, because I'm thinking really we haven't done as badly as some people might think, especially in the region. No, that's
Do we have any other questions, comments from the audience? So I think at this point, what I'm going to ask the panelists to do is, in 2 minutes, what would you leave the audience with in terms of your take on making this green economy a reality for Eswatini? I'd like to start with you, Mr. Ngura. We've heard that our regulatory landscape is not what it should be. Like many African countries, we are still behind the curve. It's new, but we've started with this Indaba. What should we be doing to make this green economy a reality in a manner that benefits its citizens and is inclusive?
Bankable projects. Oops, sorry. Bankable projects. So working with development finance institutions to reduce the cost of capital in project preparation to get to job creating green bankable projects.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini.
First of all, I think it believes with starting to believe. Personally, I believe in this at the personal level. First of all, because I don't want to leave a scorched earth to the generation that comes. And it's real for me. And as from that point of view, I feel committed in debating the structures that will help alleviate the problem going forward. That's, I think, what I bring here to the table. It's my belief in the process, like for real.
Yes, thank you. The first one is we should try our best to comply with our taxes, because that helps government to lower the effective tax rate for all of us. So we can grant the incentives, because there is enough room to do that. But in terms of the approach itself, we do need a collaborated framework, as already indicated, and we need a double-edged approach that has both the incentives and the taxes to discourage what we do not want on the other side, so that we can achieve what we'd like. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll also concur with the first speaker in terms of bankable projects. There's certainly a lot that we're doing. It's not some very coordinated, but we want to adopt transparency in the way we do it, and then we want to be accountable and also to be auditable so that we show our improvement along the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. If I'm not mistaken, I'm probably the last person speaking. I don't know what was the reason. Maybe it's because we are the regulator, the gatekeeper, just to make sure that everything goes in order. So I really appreciate, and maybe let me also start off by apologizing that I caught presently, physically, most of the sessions, but I had to attend to some other meetings. But I had a very competent team that has summarized, and I've been following the discussions. So what I'm going to summarize is not theory, but it's something that has been ably put together, and we have been following closely. Program Director, may I first acknowledge the Minister here present, Your Excellency, the UNDP resident representative, Rose, and all other dignitaries still present. We started with a very long list of dignitaries in the morning, and it shows how the day has gone. And thank you very much for staying on, Minister. It shows resilience, it shows ownership, and you are leading from the front, and we appreciate that. Let's give the Minister and the resident a big hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I will talk very briefly. Between yourself and me is your journey back home, and which I wish you safe travels. I will just speak on two elements. The first one, I will give just a view on how the central bank sees this whole issue of climate change, green financing. And then I will very briefly, a very high level, just give some key takeaways from the various presentations that were made this morning. And so that I ensure that full recognition is made, I really would like, on behalf of the organizers of this event, extend deep gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, for taking time to be here, to be with us at this great landmark launch of this project. The presence of His Excellency, together with a high contingent of cabinet ministers, the representative of the UNDP, and many other dignitaries, and also some guests and speakers that have traveled near and far to be here, we truly, truly express deep gratitude. You have given gravitas to what this is all about. There are some words that were made in the morning by some of the speakers when they said Swaziland or Eswatini is a differentiator. We have a competitive advantage. We get things done. SNG said they would easily take 2 years to organize an Indaba of this magnitude. We have done it within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And I say this, let's give a big hand. I'm not saying this out of hearsay. Central Bank is part of the steering committee, and I've been meeting with the SNG executives, pestering me and saying, let's make this happen. And I'm sure they are so thrilled to see this great success. To all the organizers, therefore, the speakers, the panelists, the presenters, we just want to say thank you. You have really illuminated our minds. Coming to the Central Bank, it is an honor to be part of this historical Indaba for Eswatini, and I would like to thank the organizers, as I've said, for coming with a relevant and a timely intervention. Climate change is indeed a major challenge facing both developed countries and in particular developing countries, including Eswatini. It poses a threat to our wide-ranging development efforts. Concerted effort, therefore, towards climate change mitigation and adaptation is therefore required from all stakeholders, including the financial sector, which the Central Bank regulates. To the Central Bank, climate change and the transition towards a low-carbon economy has implications for the financial system and the broader macroeconomy, especially on the evolution of inflation and the financial intermediation by banks in response to physical and transition risks. Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, are aligned with the Green Financing Initiative as they both try to address the global challenges we face, which include but not limited to climate change and environmental degradation, which is the topic of discussion in this Indaba. The Central Bank recently undertook a strategy reset where we were looking to repositioning the Central Bank with a view to better deliver on our mandate given the combination of ever-changing country-specific and international dynamics. Enabling green financing and climate change risk management emerged as one of the key strategic inputs that would enable us to contribute to the climate change national challenges and deliver better on our mandate. We envisage to apply our strong research capabilities to contribute to national and global knowledge on climate change whilst informing central bank policy formulation. For example, as part of our contribution to climate change matters, the Central Bank presented a paper at the 2022 International Public Investors Conference on the possible adoption of environment, social and governance principles in foreign exchange reserves management by African central banks. One recommendation from this study, which ties with the theme of this Indaba, is for the central banks to consider investing in green bonds as part of their contribution towards mobilizing capital for climate change mitigation and adaptation. As advisor to government on funding and debt capital market operations, we are exploring the possibility of issuing green bonds as part of government's funding toolkit and contribution to climate change mitigation and adaptation in both the Eswatini and the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Whilst we were sitting there with the minister, we sort of whispered to one another that the current 4 billion bond, ZAR bond that we are launching in South Africa, why not dissect or cut a piece of it and issue it as a green bond? As a green bond. And the minister was actually very quick to say, maybe do even better than that, a climate bond, which is much more broader and wider encompassing. So we will definitely look into that. The issue of climate change is one that is coming to the forefront and can no longer be relegated to the sidelines, as it is a risk we are dealing with now. This underscores what the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environment Affairs spoke about earlier this morning. The Central Bank is exploring ways in which the regulatory framework can be enhanced to more explicitly consider issues of climate risk and more broadly, the elements of ESG to ensure that the entities under CB's regulatory ambit demonstrate how they are managing risks and opportunities related to ESG criteria. Program Director, I think I have given a full context of what the Central Bank is thinking about in these areas, and allow me now to maybe just pull out a couple of reflection points that have been surmised during the course of today. The first one that I believe is a key takeaway from today is that climate change is clear and is present, and its reality cannot be understated. As it is highlighted, or as it was highlighted in the first presentation of the day, the last 150 years have seen global temperatures rising, largely on the back of human contribution. In Eswatini, temperatures measured since 1981 have risen to an average of 1.2 to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Rainfall patterns in the country have become more erratic, with periods of high rainfall followed by droughts, as even recently observed, and the frequency of droughts is increasing. The other point that I believe was clearly articulated is that climate change risk is not only relevant to the environment, but has implications for the economy, damage to infrastructure, food security, health risks, to name a few. It is especially important as it is the poor and the rural communities who are most vulnerable. Under the green conversation, financing is a key enabler. Even the last conversation in the last panel was on this point. As all these initiatives require funding, let me add also investable good projects that we can invest in. Session 2 zoomed in on green bonds, which are one source of raising funding. These instruments bring with them benefits like unlocking additional sources of financing, diversifying the investor base, providing long-term financing, and the environmental benefits that come with returns. The right enabling environment for the development of green bond market includes setting a framework that clearly details the guidelines for projects to qualify as green or sustainable. Reporting and monitoring are key to ensure transparency of the use of proceeds. The onus rests on all relevant stakeholders to play their part. Lastly, Program Director, which I think was also very pertinent in today's discussion, is the issue of carbon markets as trading systems in which carbon credits are sold and bought. Companies or individuals can use carbon markets to compensate for their greenhouse gas emissions by purchasing carbon credits from entities that remove or reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So, Program Director, I genuinely believe, Honorable Minister, we have had a fantastic day, and let me just give a practical view that I now give you as Phil in my wide experience. I seem to critique two theories. The first theory that I critique is that people, when you go to the accountants, SNG, they will put people expenses in the income statement as an expense. I wonder why the accounting theory is not putting people in the balance sheet as an asset. I leave that to you to reflect on, because I believe people are critical assets, but you will find desks, even a small computer or laptop sitting in the balance sheet, amortized over a period, and people are expensed as if they are not that relevant. just a thought to reflect on. The second one, I just want to leave us, I like how Nati sort of summed it up here. I want us to leave with a continuum that we are seeing evolving. Owners of capital, owners of funds are looking for accountability, they are looking for transparency. And let me show you how they've demonstrated that. They first said, we give you money, produce financial audited statements. It migrated to integrated reports where they were saying demonstrate the triple Ps, people, planet, and profits. They migrated reporting now to sustainability reports. All these are speaking to transparency, accountability to those owners of capital and funds. And I argue, Program Director, that the time for the environment, social, and governance reporting is inevitable. It's here to stay. We need to embrace it. I thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Governor. I can certainly assure you that on that very last point of view, you are invited to tomorrow's session. It will be certainly looking at just that, the social and economic safeguards on the environment space. So, good people, it's been a long day. There's been an information overload, Nati said it. But of course, our concentration span is much more better than his. Very much for staying on. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, RR. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Bishop. We still have our senator here with us, and the rest of us for really making this the success that it is. It would not be successful without you. So tomorrow, can I invite you that you be here? We start at 8:30. We should be done by 1 o'clock if we keep time. And I'm really hoping that we will then summarize everything even better. And thank you for the summaries that we got today. I'm sure all of the issues that were discussed have been adequately captured. They give us a very comprehensive menu to work on and map the way forward. With that, thank you very much. I'm tired myself, but there's cocktail. So we are all invited for cocktail, but you will only have 2 drinks per person. Unless you continue being a good audience, then I can add a 3rd or 4th one. So thank you very much. With that, let's get the Bishop to close the day for us and pray for our safety. Thank you.
Pray. Lord God, we just want to thank you once more that when we began the session in the morning, we invited your presence with us. Thank you for each one of us, the speakers, the panelists, the moderators, and everybody who was here today. We thank you for knowledge. We thank you for empowering us. Once more, we pray as a country, give us the zeal to continue exploring what will develop this country, what will keep this country moving forward. Lord, we thank you and we speak a blessing upon each one of us who is here today. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.